Chapter 1101. Outside the King's Landing, by the Blackwater River, hundreds of tents representing different families were scattered on the grassy ground like mushrooms. There were noble knights in shining armor laughing loudly, commoners cheering loudly, singers playing accordions, vendors pushing small carts selling grilled sausages and fruits, and countless bright flags fluttering in the warm wind. Arya, do you see it? It's exactly the same as the tournament to welcome Father more than 10 years ago. The same place, the same people. There are many more people, but there are also fewer people. It's as magnificent as the songs say. In midair, Sansa was in a daze. The beautiful memories of the past and the beautiful scenes of the present made her unable to control her emotions. She almost cried. You've seen the great trial, and you've seen Dany put on the human crown with your own eyes. Now, you've even enjoyed the martial arts tournament mourning your passing. You should be satisfied, right? Arya said lightly. Satisfied? How can I be satisfied? This is supposed to be a tournament to celebrate my ascension, not a funeral. Sansa said agitatedly. Fate is what it is. There's nothing I can do about it. Arya sighed. Fate is unfair. I don't accept it. Sansa shouted with a twisted face. I can assure you that your fate is not interfered with by anyone. It's the result of your own choice. Look at Bran. Sansa pointed at the White Knight who was sent flying by Jaime's spear. He's still laughing. He's laughing so happily. I just died, and he left Neverleave Winterfell to participate in the tournament. He's still laughing. Bran's dream, when he was young, was to become a knight like Barristan. Though his combat skills are poor, he has realized his dream. Why can't he laugh? Arya looked unhappy. He knew about my future, but didn't inform me. He's still so happy. What's his motive? Sansa said agitatedly. Bran knew that Ygritte would have a difficult birth. He didn't tell Jon either. Sansa, fate is not interfered with. It's your own choice, Arya said solemnly. It wasn't easy for me to obtain the iron. That damned Iron Throne. Why? Why am I so obsessed with that filthy iron chair? Sob, sob, sob. They all call me rotten-ass Sansa. Sob, sob, sob. I'm a founding queen greater than Aegon the Conqueror. Sob, sob, sob. When she thought of the Iron Throne, Sansa could not help but feel sorrowful. She was both regretful and resentful. She covered her face and wept. Leg, leg, leg. Suddenly, a tsunami of cheers erupted from the arena. Sansa rubbed her eyes and took a closer look. After 6 rounds, Leg dodged Brittany's spear and knocked her off the saddle at the same time. Woo-woo. Seeing Leg place the golden peony wreath on her daughter's head, Sansa's mother-in-law started crying again. I've never worn a crown before in my life. She had worked hard for more than 10 years and finally achieved hegemony, but she had not even enjoyed the taste of being an official queen for a single day. My life is too bitter. You've seen what you should see. Come with me to hell, Arya said impatiently. Hell? Sansa was stunned. What for? To serve your sentence. What? Sansa's eyes widened. She roared. Are you kidding me? I've been cautious all my life and have never done anything that goes against the teachings of the 7 gods. Instead, I've made a lot of contributions. Why do I have to go to hell? I'm a level 4 great priestess. You've been a white flower for the first half of your life. You've done nothing wrong. In the middle of your life, you've cheated Aegon's feelings. It's not a big mistake. Later on, you've saved countless people and have done a lot of good deeds. You've committed a lot of small crimes, but few big ones. Overall, your good deeds far exceed your mistakes. You'll have a good position in heaven. Arya first read out the Heavenly Father's judgment for Sansa. Then, under Sansa's confused gaze, she sighed. But you're not alone. You have a mother. Mother? Sansa frowned. Wasn't Mother's soul repaired? After returning from Slaver's Bay, I burned her body myself. Don't you know Mother's sins? Because of the Crimson Wedding, when she was Madame Stoneheart, she always broke her oath and violated the rights of the guests. Sansa hesitated. It's fine to give her all my good deeds. Why do you want me to go to hell? Children can help their parents serve their sentences and be punished. I'm afraid of pain. Aren't you afraid, Mother? How many things did she do for you when she was alive? Arya said coldly. What about you? Sansa was unhappy with her tone. I work hard in hell and gave all the good deeds I earned a mother. Can I also work hard in heaven to earn good deeds? Sansa asked. Even if you get a position in heaven, it'll be hard for you to earn good deeds. But you're the founding king, a level 4 priestess, and a person of great deeds. 1 day of your sentence is equivalent to 100 days of mothers. It's too efficient. Sansa's expression changed. She hesitated. You're going to refuse? Arya's gaze became dangerous. If I go to hell, what kind of punishment will I receive? Will there be a discount? Sansa asked. The Heavenly Father is just. Your punishment is the same as Waldfrey's. Those who violate the rights of the guests will be lit up in a sky lantern after they die. What's a sky lantern? It sounds scary. Sansa trembled. It's really bad. It's like burning your soul in a fire. You have to keep your senses sharp at all times. Arya sighed bitterly. Mother screams so miserably. Go down and accompany her. Talk to her and cheer her up. Mother has 5 children. Am I the only one who's going to hell to accompany her? Sansa said with a gloomy expression. Little Dany will go abroad with Simba to be the crown princess. When she gives birth, one of her sons will be chosen to inherit the crown. During this time, the 7 kingdoms' affairs will be managed by the king's hand. What? Sansa was furious. Which idiot came up with this idea? If that bitch Marjorie takes over all the important matters, will my grandson still be able to get his throne back? Arya rolled her eyes and said, Why do you think Bran is still in King's Landing? Just for the tournament? Damn it. Sansa was stunned. When she realized what was going on, her expression turned ugly. I invited Bran to be my prime minister, but he rejected me coldly. Bran can't serve you because he's the Dragon Queen's White Knight, but he can serve the Dragon Queen's daughter-in-law and grandson. Don't you understand this? Arya said calmly. What does this have to do with me going to hell? When Bran rules the 7 kingdoms, he will work hard and love the people. He will work hard to benefit the 7 kingdoms and earn more merits. So, do you understand? You're working hard. We're all working hard too. No one is free. It's not that I'm not willing to work hard, but Sansa held her sister's hand and begged. Can I change my position? For example, if the Holy Mother revives me, I promise I won't keep any pretty boys around. I'll work hard every night and be vigilant all the time. Do you think that's possible? The Holy Mother doesn't even care about Ygritte. Sansa's pale face turned gloomy. After a while, she gritted her teeth and said, Good, very good. I love my mother and am willing to share some of her sins. But no one is alone. I have a daughter too. Arya, tell the Holy Mother that I want to visit Dany in her dreams and let her know that I'm suffering in hell. She's a filial child. Not only will she share her merits with me, she will also go down to hell to light the lanterns. As for my son-in-law, I won't accept any betrothal gifts. He'll come and light the lanterns for his grandmother. All right, and my future grandchildren. Sansa became more excited as she spoke. Let all of Dany's descendants go to hell to light the lanterns for my mother. Ha ha. Arya was shocked. Maybe, for my mother, I can try, she said with a strange expression. 5 years later, at the foot of Chombai Mountain, a stone city was being built. Hundreds of free people were shouting and working hard. Northern Ice King, Jon, is about to give birth. Suddenly, a red-haired old man walked out of a rough stone tower in the center of the city. He made a trumpet with his hands and shouted at the construction site in the west. Jon was shocked when he heard this. He hurriedly removed the stone from his shoulder and threw it on the ground before running back to his castle. It's only afternoon now. Didn't they say it would only be at night? Did something go wrong? War is in her 30s, almost 40. She seems to be a little old, he said nervously. That old man Machiro said it's normal. It's very difficult for a pregnant woman to determine the date of her labor. It's almost impossible to pinpoint the exact time, Tormund said with his white hair. As they spoke, the two of them arrived outside War's bedroom. However, they were stopped by Manslade. The former king of savages also had white hair, but his body was still straight and strong. Men shouldn't go in when a woman is giving birth. You should cheer her on from outside. Hearing his wife's heart-wrenching screams, Jon's forehead broke out in sweat. War, you'll give birth to a daughter. I saw it in the prophecy. Don't be afraid. War did not reply. Instead, a strange, singing voice came from inside the room. The Holy Mother gazes tenderly and waits quietly. An angel flies in gracefully, watching the sunrise of life. His cries are like the sounds of nature. The Holy Mother smiles. An angel is about to arrive. They could tell that the singer was an old man. His voice was rough and monotonous, but it contained a strange power that could calm one's heart, focus one's energy, and fill the pregnant woman with strength. Even the womb moved rhythmically to the tune. This is the song of childbirth. John heaved a sigh of relief. According to the priest's statistics, since the song of childbirth became 7 gods 3 years ago, more than 70% of the pregnant women who had been assisted gave birth naturally. More than half of the remaining 30% were able to give birth successfully under the combined effects of the holy healing technique and the song of childbirth. Moreover, Machiro had obtained 2 doctorates in the profession of scalpel priest and pharmacy priest. Gua gua gua. As expected, in less than an hour, the child's loud cries could be heard. It really is a girl. Inside the room, Dana exclaimed, "Oh my, what's going on? How did this happen?" John had just been overjoyed when he heard his sister-in-law's panicked cries. What's wrong? He could not help but push open the door and rush in. There were many people in the room. Manslade's daughter, Tormund's granddaughter-in-law. There were 7 or 8 of them. They were all staring blankly at the bloody baby in Dana's arms. Seeing John in such a hurry, they all had strange looks in their eyes. They want to say something, but stop themselves. "This is my daughter." John did not notice their expressions. There was no one else in his field of vision. The red-haired baby girl who was crying with her mouth open occupied all his attention. Wait, red hair. John rubbed his eyes. It was not blood. The thick tuft of hair was really red, like fire. "Why is this child red-haired?" his sister-in-law mumbled. Manslade, who had followed them in, was stunned. He looked at John's dark brown curly hair, then at his wife's long blonde hair. His sister-in-law had the same blonde hair and blue eyes as his wife. The tenacity of the caste had become a fact that everyone knew. Theoretically, this child should have awakened the Targaryens' silver hair and purple eyes, or silver blonde hair and blue eyes. "What's wrong? Why are you all in a daze?" Giving the child a bath, Tormund said, scratching his head in confusion. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. Everyone in the room looked at his head. Manslade frowned and turned to the only red-haired man in the room. He sighed. "Tormund, John made you the commander of the castle to take care of his family while he was building Neverwinter. Is this how you take care of him?" "I took good care of Whale. Listen, the child's cries are so loud. She's as strong as I am." Tormund laughed. "Maybe the red hair is a mutated gene?" John said, forcing a smile. Manslade walked to Tormund and asked in a low voice, "Did you and Whale? This child has red hair, and so do you. Do you know that the caste is strong?" Tormund was stunned for a moment before realization dawned. "Are you all crazy? You're suspecting that Whale and I are having an affair, although we did shut up." Whale, who had just woken up, shouted angrily. "What are you all talking about? This is John's and my child." Everyone was silent. John grimaced, not knowing what to do. Whale was so angry that she said with a pale face, "Master Machiro, according to the tradition that has become popular in recent years, the first child of a noble has to have his blood tested in public to gain the recognition of the 7 gods and the people of the territory. You can try it now, in front of us." The dark-skinned priest glanced at the Northern Ice King and walked to Dana's side. He tapped the baby's foot lightly. A drop of blood the size of a grain of rice seeped out of the foot, which was still stained with blood. Machiro did not take John's blood. Instead, he used the simplest king's blood verification spell to ignite the blood. Boom! The bean-sized flame instantly expanded by more than 3 feet, and its color became a noble, deep purple. Ah, king's blood, top king's blood. What powerful mana! Machiro was shocked. "This is my daughter." John was overjoyed. "Yes, she's most likely a princess. Tormund does not have king's blood," Machiro said with certainty. "Hey, old man, are you looking down on me? After all, I'm Marquis Torment. Torment said unhappily. After the little princess was cleaned, changed, and breastfed, Machiro took a drop of her and John's blood for a more complicated and formal genetic comparison spell. This time, all the nobles and famous commoners of Neverwinter were present. This had indeed gradually become a tradition among the nobles. It was not only popular in Westeros. A year ago, when the eldest grandson of the Dragon Queen was born, a similar ritual had been carried out. Yes, it had gradually become a ritual that represented the recognition of the seven gods and the heavens and earth. Similar to how Erlu and Renly used the excuse that Joffrey was not Robert's biological son to start a rebellion, it was almost impossible for this to happen again in the future. Under the witness of the Holy Mother, this is the daughter of Ice King Jon Targaryen and Queen Valle Ryder. Machiro held the baby girl wrapped in white bear fur and chanted a song of blessing loudly. A ray of holy light descended from the sky and landed on the swaddling clothes. Princess, princess! The nobles and commoners cheered loudly. Perhaps I have a red-haired ancestor. Valle was not angry after the incident. She knew the principle of the strong caste. All right, she had no reason to be angry. After all, her past, 7 days later, when the baby was being baptized, her great-aunt Dany revealed the mystery to the couple. Look at her. Round face, flat nose, red hair. Can't you think of anyone? Dany looked at the baby girl in her arms like an artist appreciating a painting that had been completed with great effort. Ygritte, Jon blurted out, then shook his head frantically. How is that possible? Her mother is not Ygritte. She should not look like Ygritte. She doesn't look like Ygritte. She is Ygritte, the reincarnation of Ygritte. Dany's aunt smiled proudly. This. Valle was stunned. Didn't you say that Ygritte's soul had returned to the heavens and earth? Jon asked suspiciously. Of course it returned to the heavens and earth. If Ygritte's soul entered the child's body, it would not be reincarnation. It would be possession. How could I do such a thing? Is the wheel of reincarnation ready? Jon's heart skipped a beat. Not yet. Not only will the wheel of reincarnation cleanse the soul, it will also format the mark of life. This child's mark of life is exactly the same as Ygritte's. No matter how strong the caste is, it is not stronger than the mark of life. So, although she has Yoren Valley's bloodline, her specialty is very similar to Ygritte's. Tell me how I should face her in the future. Jon pulled his hair in frustration. That's your problem. Either you learn from caste, or you happily hand her over to another man. Ha ha ha. This was a lifetime of punishment, a lifetime of debt. Another 15 years. King's Landing, the first day of the new year, the first day of the new year. Another new king ascended to the throne. Another martial arts competition to celebrate the new king's ascension. Outside the King's Landing, the people who had changed into new clothes on the first day of the new year were as dense as a forest. In the crowd, the crisp sound of spears breaking could be heard from time to time, accompanied by intense shouts. Beside the Black River, the spring chill was chilly. The river water was clear and slow. One could vaguely see the lonely reflections of two gray-robed old monks, one tall and one short. There are so many people in King's Landing, said the short barefoot monk. According to the census a year ago, King's Landing has a permanent population of close to 300,000. Including the farmlands within 100 miles of the outskirts, there are more than 500,000. It's almost the same number as before the long night, said the tall monk. It seems that the 4 seasons are better than the chaotic seasons before, said the barefoot monk. It's also better than the extravagant long summer. Spring plowing and autumn harvesting. The 4 seasons are orderly. There are rewards for hard work and no rewards for not hard work. There's leisure and work, and there's a balance between work and rest. The world is peaceful, said the tall monk. Master Bronn, I didn't expect you to have such brilliant ideas. I'm impressed, said the short monk as he cupped his hands. Master Tyrion, you're too kind. You've given up glory, wealth, and beautiful wives to walk the world barefoot for 20 years. You've helped the most remote villages all over the world and built more than 2,000 holy light totem poles. You've truly done a great service," praised Master Braun. "I'm all alone and wandering in the wilderness. I can't compare to you who's cultivating in the holy hall during the day and having children and grandchildren at dinner. You're the best of all worlds," said the dwarf master as he shook his head. You're just too greedy. How can you become a god without suffering?" laughed Braun. "Everyone has to have some goals," said the dwarf. "Yesterday was the eve of the new year. The new king invited the vassals for a reunion dinner. You came to King's Landing, but didn't go to Red Fort. Where did you spend it?" asked Braun with concern. "When I passed by a village outside the city, I met a peasant girl. She saw that I was all alone and pitiful, so she warmly cooked a pot of pork and cabbage dumplings for me. The taste." The dwarf smacked his lips and sighed. "Even the table full of delicacies in Red Fort can't compare to it." Braun looked at him in surprise and saw that his face was full of sincerity and praise. He nodded and said, "Very good. You've reached a certain level. I'm a peak level 4 priest. My level is definitely higher than a level 3 priest like you," said the dwarf calmly. Braun smiled and didn't argue. He asked again, "Have you met King Ymont?" "Ymont." A look of reminiscence appeared on the dwarf's face. After mulling over the name for a long time, he shook his head and said, "I've never seen him before. What's his character like?" Braun turned his head and lifted his chin toward the venue of the tournament. "He's right there. Aren't you going to take a look? I don't know if he can repeat his father's achievements and win the crown of love and beauty for his fiancée. One look and you can only see his face. It's hard to know his heart," said the dwarf. Braun thought for a while and said, "His character is all right. Although the Empress doesn't like this grandson very much, she still kept him by her side and taught him step by step. Other things aside, he has activated the 3 blessings of the human crown." "Only the 3 blessings." The dwarf frowned. The knights dismounted from their horses, silently, but curiously sizing up the little devil who had already become a legend. Sir Barristan is the first holy knight to break through to demigod. After 500 years, he's still vigorous. I'm not even a holy knight. How can I compare?" Jamie shook his head and smiled bitterly. The dwarf's eyes flashed, and he said meaningfully, "Of course you can. Jamie, actually, I came back this time mainly for you." After entering the tent, the dwarf had Tywin lead the others out of the door. Then, he carefully took out something from his pocket and handed it to his brother. "What is it?" Jamie opened the cloth bag and saw a scroll of parchment with golden runes on its surface. "Divine Comedy?" He looked at the dwarf in confusion. "In the winter 7 years ago, I was taking shelter from the rain under a banana tree in the Bear Mountains. When I was about to fall asleep in a daze, old Ymont came looking for me. 7 years ago? At that time, old Ymont was already dead." Jamie said curiously. "Let me finish." The dwarf waved his hand. He had long hair and a long beard. His hair and beard were silver white. He even wore a holy white robe, as if he was a saint. I asked him, "Why are you here?" But he smiled and asked, "Why are you here?" I said, "I'm cultivating." He laughed and shook his head, saying, "There are 7 paths in the human world. You're only cultivating diligently in the human path. You're too slow. Let me help you." After saying that, he casually tossed a huge picture scroll toward me. I seemed to see ghosts and 7 layers of hell pouncing toward me. I immediately woke up from my dream. "You were dreaming?" Jamie asked curiously. The dwarf pointed at the parchment scroll. "After I woke up, I had this in my hands. Ymont must have reached a realm that we can't understand. Sigh, that old man was lucky. He was directly canonized by my sister." With a sigh, he explained, "This Divine Comedy is a poem written by old Ymont after he traveled through hell, heaven, and the human world. He obtained countless inspirations from the undead. Old Ymont was a scholar. It's not a big deal that he could write poems. But this Divine Comedy contains information about heaven and hell. It even contains the secret to becoming a saint. The old man was a good person. He didn't forget me even after he died." Hearing this, Jamie's curiosity was immediately piqued. He opened the scroll and first saw Hell chapter. First level of Hell, 18 punishments, swoosh, endless golden light immediately blinded him. In a daze, he seemed to have come to a strange place. Hymns were singing in his ears. Before him was a dark, evil spirit. In front of a cross, a 3-meter-tall, strong man laughed loudly as he grabbed the wailing man's tongue and pulled with all his might. "Jamie, snap out of it!" The dwarf shouted. The illusion before him, the wailing, laughing, and hymns in his ears all disappeared. Jamie was a loss. Read the words in the Divine Comedy, and your consciousness will follow you to hell or heaven, the dwarf said. How scary. Jamie was shocked. Essentially, it's still a poem. It's just that the words have become more direct images. What's the use of this thing? Jamie was puzzled. It's not some secret magic record. It's just like any other book. It can increase one's knowledge and understanding of life. In the end, cultivation and the cultivation of the heart are all about understanding. Seeing that Jamie was still at a loss, the dwarf wrapped up the parchment again. You don't understand now. When you become a holy knight and read the Divine Comedy again, you should have a different feeling. Perhaps, when that time comes, you'll be able to see the person you should have left behind but can't forget. Old brother, I hope this Divine Comedy can help you start a new life, he said meaningfully. I'm in my 70s. I've seen the end of my life. What new life do I have? Besides, I'm not a holy knight. Jamie smiled bitterly. Tywin even has a son. Why don't you quickly convert to the Holy Mother? Even if you can't compare to Barristan and Old Yemont, you'll only live to 100 years. You still have more than 20 years to live. Actually, I'm preparing to join the Holy Church. Jamie smiled. I've already made an agreement with Lancel. After attending Scar Yemont's wedding, I'll become a monk in the Holy Church and become his disciple. Scar Yemont? What kind of lousy name is that? The dwarf said with a grin. You'll understand once you see him. The dwarf nodded. I'll go find him later. Remember, only you can read the Divine Comedy. You can tell the contents of the poem to others, but you must never let others see its true appearance. Some things were clearly created out of good intentions, but once they fall into the hands of evil people, they will turn into the most terrifying magic weapon, he said solemnly. Okay, I'll remember. After the Lannister had lunch together, the dwarf said goodbye to them. I've traveled all over the Westeros and Ursos. Next, I'll go to Sosros. There are many natives living in the wilderness there. I'll convert them and use the light of the 7 gods to cleanse the savages of their stench and savagery. Don't worry about me. In the future, the 7 Stars Bible might have a story about a dwarf turning into a beard. Jamie, take care. Tywin, little Tyrion, Grandpa will pray for you every day. The dwarf left as soon as he said so. He was very decisive. But before he left, he also went to the Red Castle and saw Scar Yemont, who was said to be very similar to him. Just as Jamie said, after seeing him, he immediately understood why he had such a nickname. Yemont had been slashed several times by his uncle and father-in-law, directly on his face and head. The scars left behind had a curse. They would never heal. When Yemont was sad, the wounds would split open. After Yemont was sent to King's Landing, he traveled to the north and was warmly received by his uncle. Then he stole his uncle's daughter. War was very satisfied with his son-in-law, but his father-in-law, John, almost went crazy. "Ha, you have guts. You're just like me." The dwarf laughed. Another 3 years later. Hot summer. Outside the great basilica. You came to the basilica to pray? Jamie looked at the female knight who was still tall, still ugly, and still had gentle eyes. His expression was very complicated. I also want to join the warrior's sons, Brini said softly. You're already a holy white knight blessed by the Holy Mother, Jamie said. I want. Brini's coarse round face blushed slightly. She bit her fat caterpillar-like lips and mustered her courage. Jamie, I've thought about it for many years and finally understood one thing. The glory of the knights, the recognition of the Dragon Queen, and the praise of countless people for the Naked Iron Guards are not what I really want. I discovered that the days when I escorted you to King's Landing, the days when I spent with you were the most memorable memories of my life. When you were in Casterly Rock City, I could still hold back my thoughts, but in the 3 years since you came to the Great Basilica, I could not help but look in the direction of the Tower of Light as long as I stood on the top of the Red Keep. I can't help it anymore. You're in your 70s, and I'm in my 60s. Maybe I can still live for a few more decades, but I'm afraid that when I get older, I won't have the energy to say these things, to do. I don't want to do anything. I just want to see you every day. We can practice martial arts together and pray under the statue of the Holy Mother. That's enough. Jamie's eyes reddened, and he felt an inexplicable impulse. No, it's not enough. He took a step forward and grabbed her rough hand. We can still live for a few more decades, or even decades. We still have time to do some things that we couldn't do before. What things? Breeny's big eyes were filled with anticipation and confusion. Let all the rules go to hell. Let's get married first, and then we'll travel the world with our swords. We'll see the beauty of the world, see the customs of various places, and eat various traditional delicacies. I'm tired of staying in Westeros. Let's go find Tyrion. He's also a cultivator. Let him officiate our wedding. Jamie said excitedly. All right, let all the rules go to hell. Two streams of tears flowed down Breeny's face. She pulled out the Oathkeeper sword with a laugh and threw it on the ground. Then, she tore off the white robe behind her. The golden rune between her eyebrows flickered, and the seal of the Holy Knight shattered. Ha ha ha. Jamie also took off the striped cape of the warrior's son and removed the seal of the Holy Knight in his sea of consciousness. He laughed and hugged the tall woman. The two of them hugged each other like they were hugging the entire world. Chapter 1102. Dragon Queen, don't burn me. It was as if time and space were being distorted. The sound and the light before his eyes were being stretched infinitely. In the next moment, Asha looked around blankly. The terrifying fire that made one's soul tremble, the beautiful palace that had turned into ashes in the fire, her father Balan and her uncle Iron had all disappeared. She sat cross-legged on the beach with two young men lying beside her. They were Dunk and Thornton, who had entered the flowing water palace with her. The sun is out? Where's this? Asha murmured. The sun was shining brightly here, the hills were covered in green grass, and the sky and water were both jade green. There were many tourists in the vicinity, and those people who were wearing strange clothes and holding strange big black boxes were looking at her strangely. Look at her. Why did she enter the Naga altar? Yeah, isn't the Naga altar not open to the public? No. She and two other people suddenly appeared in the Naga altar. Have you seen her before? Looking at their classic leather armor, they should be actors from the island. They specialize in acting as the ancient Iron Seed pirates. Oh my, she has the Greyjoy family's sea monster emblem on her chest. She must be a big shot. Don't you think her temperament is very different? There was a kind of savagery that was rarely seen among ladies nowadays. Help me take a picture. Ka. What magic are you using? The small silver iron pot on top of the big black box emitted a dazzling light. Asha was frightened and covered her face as she retreated. Hiding behind the Naga's rib, she was convinced that although the environment and people had changed drastically, this was definitely Old Wake Island. Someone come. Priestdale, Dunstan Zhuagu. Is there anyone from the Zhuagu family? As soon as she finished speaking, the sky immediately darkened. Old Wake Island's Nagarib scenic area is temporarily closed. Distinguished guests, please leave in an orderly manner. In view of the inconvenience caused by this action, Iron Sea Culture Travel Company is willing to make sincere compensation. A rumbling sound came from above. Asha looked up blankly and saw a cylindrical sail that was even bigger than a castle. There was clearly a 20-meter-long wooden boat hanging below. While she was still in a daze, 7 or 8 ropes were thrown down from the side of the wooden boat. A group of soldiers in strange clothes slid down from the sky. Among them, a handsome, pretty boy with silver hair and purple eyes came to her side. He stopped 2 steps away and said in a low voice, "Grandma Asha, I'm Theon Greyjoy, your 6th-generation grandson. It's not convenient to talk here. Let me take you back to Pike City first." "Brat, are you trying to scare me? I don't even have a son. How can I have a grandson?" Although Asha was a little suspicious, She didn't reject him when she saw his sincere expression and the palm-sized golden sea monster tribe emblem on her left chest. He grabbed her waist and pulled her up to the wooden ship in the sky. "Little Thean, why aren't they coming up?" The smell of fresh meat was refreshing. Asha couldn't help but lean into his arms and deliberately use her thigh to rub against his sensitive part. Little Thean's face turned red, and Little Thean's blood began to rush. "Grandma, I'm really your sixth-generation grandson. Stop fooling around." Thean smiled bitterly and used his leg to push her leg away. He looked down at the soldiers who were pulling the ropes near the Naga's ribs and said, "It's been 100 years since you entered the flowing water palace. You died in the first fire and returned from it. The first fire is the most powerful force in the world. I'm worried that the place you appeared in has terrible magical radiation. It has to be quarantined and inspected before it can be opened to tourists again." As for the two knights, Dunk and Thornton, their people will take them back. As early as half a month ago, we received the news that you were about to be resurrected. Asha didn't understand many of the words, but she understood her situation 100 years later. "Are you kidding? 100 years have passed since the long night." Sigh, it's strange, but it's the truth. At this moment, the two were pulled up to the deck of the wooden boat by ropes. An old woman in a white robe came and said with a kind smile, "Asha, we broke into the flowing water palace at the same time that day. It's been 100 years since we last met. Do you still recognize me? You're not Dunstan's wife, Madame Mandy? But you didn't go to the flowing water palace at that time." Asha was puzzled. "Ha ha ha." The old woman with the iron crutch looked up and laughed. "Asha, I'm Taman. I used to be called Thale. People called me Sanyanren." "You're Thale? Do you think I'm stupid or blind? These two lumps of Hanako are bigger than me." Priest Taman sighed. "I can understand. For you, the world has changed too much. Let me explain it to you slowly. Chi, kacha, 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 kacha." The whistle at the stern of the boat sounded. First, it spewed out a long white gas and green flames. Then, the propeller turned and the wooden boat drew a white line in the sky with a whoosh. "What's that?" Asha, who was on the deck, was completely unprepared. She was careless and was almost knocked down by the sudden acceleration. "Wildfire steam engine," Thean said. "Wildfire? I know about wildfire. We all use wildfire to burn the deviant ghosts. But what's a steam engine?" "Grandma, don't call me Grandma. Call me Asha." "All right, Asha, have you ever seen a kettle after boiling water? Is the lid pushed open by the steam, and you can't hold it down no matter how hard you try? Are you crazy? I'm a duke. Why would I boil water? Why would I hold the lid open when I've eaten so much?" Asha asked curiously. Thean was speechless. Sigh, Asha has to start from small school to get used to life now. She has to at least graduate from high school, if not university. Priest Talmon sighed. "Tell me about what happened after the flowing water palace," Asha said. "You're at a disadvantage. Balan and Iron shouldn't have taken you away." Talmon rambled on and told her about her experiences over the years. "It's really been 100 years." Asha came to the side of the boat. The wind blew her long hair. The picturesque scenery of the land was unfamiliar to her. "After you became a woman, didn't you feel uncomfortable at all? You seem to be very happy." After a while, she turned around and asked curiously, "If I were to constantly integrate into the life of a mortal with this body, it would indeed be difficult and shameful. But I'm a cultivator. With such a gifted body, I was like a fish in water in the process of cultivation. The carefree cultivation quickly suppressed the physical inconveniences." "I feel very good now," Thean said with a face full of reverence. "Master Taman is not only a level 5 divine priest, but also a level 5 demigod water wizard. Even after the long night, a large number of demigods were born. Iron Crutch Old Woman Taman was still among the top." "A lot of demigods? But demigods are still gods," Asha said in disbelief. "We came a good time, not to mention the priest. How could we not be devout after witnessing such a miraculous era?" Iron Crutch Old Woman sighed. "Extraordinaries who have great merit in the long night have a chance to enter the investiture of the gods. due to the mysterious connection between the investiture of the gods and the cauldron of the divine king. Those who enter the investiture of the gods can more easily sense the laws in the sea of laws. Actually, the main reason is the heavenly emperor. Theon interrupted. The heavenly emperor is too strong. Asha, you were able to be reborn perfectly, which is enough to prove the extent of her control over the first flame. Heavenly Emperor? Dragon Queen? Yes, after the long night ended, there were many cities in the world that did not submit to her. Dragon Queen naturally became the #1 empress in the world. All the kings in the world, including the kings of the 7 countries, are her subjects. And all the extraordinaries know that she is also the king of gods. Her dual identity as the divine king and first emperor made her respectfully known as the heavenly emperor. Tamon said leisurely. Asha was startled and asked, "Is she still the empress?" Tamon pointed at the rumbling metal lump at the back of the ship. She was the one who popularized the wildfire steam engine. Almost all the changes in the world's politics, economy, culture, technology, and other aspects are related to her. She remade the world in her early years and is still guiding the world's direction. Is she married now? Asha asked again. Which man in the world do you think can straighten his back in front of her? Let's not talk about whether a man can straighten his back. As long as his penis can be propped up, it's fine. With such a foundation, it can't be without an heir, right? Asha said. She has a son. Tamon popularized the Dragon Queen's family again. Targaryens are not worth much now. There are hundreds of them, all descendants of the Dragon Queen. The old woman pointed at the young man and said, "Look at Theon's back. That's the emblem of the Penishade Dragon Targaryen. His mother is Dany, the princess of the Targaryen family, the 3rd daughter of Duke Rhaegar of Dragonstone Island. Yes, Duke Rhaegar is a 4th-generation grandson that the Heavenly Emperor likes very much. No wonder he's so good-looking," Asha muttered. "Our family will get a lot of benefit from the marriage with the Targaryens, right? Sai, it's different now. If I was born a few decades earlier, I might have been granted dukedom. Now, it's hard to even see the face of the old ancestor." Theon shook his head and smiled bitterly. At least the family's talent has been improved. Which of the great dukedom families in the world doesn't want to marry a Targaryen princess as their mistress? The Heavenly Emperor's bloodline is the greatest benefit. If it weren't for Lord Robb's personal appearance, Duke Jon would have no hope of marrying the famous Dany as lady. Tamon said faintly. Theon was silent. Asha said blankly, "Robb, Jon, who are they?" "Robb is the son of your brother, Theon. Jon is Theon's father. His name comes from the legendary hero, Fool Jon. Robb is also the adopted son of Fool Jon. So, Greyjoy and Targaryen have a deep relationship," Tamon said. Asha was even more confused. "My brother is a eunuch. I thought Theon was my uncle's descendant. And Fool Jon, I've never heard of him. Victarion married Little Rose, but didn't leave Inami above," Asha shouted excitedly. "Which Little Rose? Is it the shit Rose Marjorie? How did the two of them get together?" The evil and depraved Inami is a thing of the past. Now, we all believe in the 7 gods," Fordrowner Tamon said awkwardly. Then, she explained the experiences of the few legendary characters to Asha. "I didn't expect so many things to happen after that." Asha was in a daze. "I'm not surprised that Theon had an illegitimate son. When that guy's second son was still around, he never let it rest. I even remember Robb's mother, standing at the dock with a silly look on her face as Theon left. Theon was very embarrassed. "Asha, the wind on the deck is strong. Let's go to the bottom of the ship," he said. "Don't flying wooden ships stand on the deck?" It was only after they entered the cabin that Asha realized how foolish her words were. The ship was not too fast. It was about the speed of a normal horse, about 30 to 40 kilometers per hour. However, it was a little high. Coupled with the rotation of the steel propeller at the stern, the wind on the deck was especially strong. But once they entered the cabin, not only was the wind gone, the roar of the wildfire steam engine was almost inaudible. It was a small room that was as luxurious as a palace. There were glass windows installed at the bottom and sides. Sitting on a comfortable leather sofa one could taste red wine while admiring the white clouds floating past them. When one looked down, one could see the rolling hills and plains. That's not right. Is Old Wake Island that big? We've been flying for so long, but we still haven't seen the sea? Oh, back in the day, the Dragon Queen saw that our iron islands were too barren, so she used her great magic to fill in the sea between a few islands, Talmon said casually. Clang! Asha's crystal glass fell from her right hand and onto the ground. Chapter 11:03. And Asha, you're finally back. Father was still talking about you when he was dying. The airship had just landed on the lawn in front of the castle when old Rob walked over shakily. Sigh, before I opened my eyes, I didn't even know I had a nephew. When I opened my eyes again, you're already so old. But apart from you, no one in the Greyjoy family really misses me. Looking at the skinny old man with wrinkled skin and white hair in front of her, Asha could not help but feel a sense of loneliness. Don't say that, Aunt. We all know you and have been waiting for your return, said a silver-haired, purple-eyed woman in a red dress with a smile. Oh, you really do look a little like the Dragon Queen. You're Dany, right? Asha looked at the elegant and noble woman, muttering to herself, My son is already an adult, but why does he look younger than me? And it's me. Let me introduce you. This is my husband, John. My eldest daughter, Danya. My second daughter, Dany. Asha felt a little dizzy as she watched the beautiful Dany, greeting her and calling her grandma one after another. Also, their clothes were so strange. Were they called suits and bell-bottoms? First, under Danika's guidance, she toured the refurbished Pike City. At night, she had dinner with her grandchildren and the vassals of the Iron Archipelago who had heard the news. Only then did she return to her old bedroom, exhausted. It was actually old Rob's bedroom, as it belonged to the Duke of the Iron Islands. It used to be the main building of Pike City. And Asha, I knew you were coming back, so I cleaned up the tower in advance. Old Rob sighed emotionally. Kids nowadays live in fashionable villas. There's a generation gap between them and us nostalgic old people. Asha had seen Dany's villa today. It was an empty, clean, and bright empty house. I'm still young. I also like big houses with tiled walls, floor-to-ceiling glass, and balconies, she said. Then I'll get you another one. Old Rob was stunned. Forget it. I like big houses, but I like this tower even more. Here, I have more memories. At this painting, Asha stopped in front of a huge oil painting at the head of the bed. The painting was of a young woman with a somewhat familiar face. Is she your wife? She asked. I hope she is, but she's only my dream, my moon. I can see her every day and feel her gentleness, but her gentleness doesn't belong to me alone. Old Rob stared straight at the smiling woman wearing a garland in the oil painting and said in a daze. Seeing an old man in heat, Asha got goosebumps. Never thought you were a poet, she said dryly. Poet. Old Rob was taken aback for a moment before he smiled in realization. Aunt, you misunderstood. I wasn't reciting a poem. What I said was the truth. She's the real moon goddess. She was the daughter of Queen Sansa, also known as Dany Lees. We grew up together. Later, I became Lord John's adopted son, and she went to Slaves Bay. We parted ways. Oh, so she's the daughter of rotten-ass Sansa. I was wondering why she looked so familiar. She really looks like her mother. Asha suddenly realized. Aunt, don't say that. Queen Sansa is very good to my father and to me. I grew up by her side, and she almost treats me like a son, Rob said uncomfortably. If she's good to you, why didn't she marry her daughter to you? Asha scoffed. That's because she's better to her own daughter. You have to be content with what you have and know how to be grateful. What kind of person would you be if you forgot all your previous kindness when things didn't go your way? Old Rob said magnanimously. You're very unlike Greyjoy. Your grandfather, or any of your uncles, wouldn't say that. Asha said strangely. My father would say that. Old Rob smiled. Asha smiled as well. It's good the way it is now. What does the moon goddess mean? She asked again. Do you see the moon outside? Yes, it's very big. It's even brighter than when we were here. Asha walked to the window and looked at the half-moon in the sky. Just 20 years ago, there was no moon in the sky. When Dany became a demigod, the Dragon Queen lit up the moon again. Dany also left the human world and ascended to the astral world to take control of the lunar star, which is the moon. Prince Leg also ended his 80-year career as the crown prince. He rode a carriage forged by the sun god armor and guarded the sun star for the Sky Emperor. I can understand that the Dragon Queen's son and daughter-in-law became demigods. But why was there no sun or moon before? Why did they only start forging 20 years ago? Asha was puzzled. The sun before was the Dragon Queen herself. The Dragon Queen's light illuminated the world. Later, our world was cut off from the four-pole universe, and we could no longer extract the power of the four elements. At that time, without external energy, we could only extract the power of the Earth's fire from the Earth's core. The Dragon Queen simply took a ball of Earth's fire from the Earth's core and used the Song of Fire to solidify into the secondary first flame. 1,000 fire spirits ate it. After eating the secondary first flame, the fire spirits all became demigods. 1,000 demigod small suns were installed with strange runes, forming a giant true sun that would never be extinguished. Prince Leg's sun chariot carried that sun. I don't understand at all. Asha was confused. It's okay if you don't understand. Just think of Prince Leg as the Lord of the Sun and Dany as the Master of the Moon. Auntie, you've been out of touch for too long. A lot of knowledge can't be explained to outsiders without systematic learning. When the Imperial University reopens, why don't you go to King's Landing with Dany and be a transfer student in the history department? Old Rob suggested. I'm already 30 years old, and you want me to be a student? Or are you trying to chase me away? Asha was suspicious. Oh, what are you saying, Auntie? The old man's face was red with anxiety. He stomped his feet and said, I swear to the 7 gods that I have no bad intentions. If you don't want to leave the Iron Islands, you can go to Ocean University in Great Wick City to study. However, Ocean University is only a secondary school. It mainly trains sailors and sea shapeshifters. Its faculty is far inferior to the world's #1 Imperial University. Although King's Landing Imperial University is only a branch of Imperial University. What's secondary school? Asha suddenly felt that she really should go to Imperial University for a few years. Secondary university can be regarded as the count of universities. Primary university is the Duke, while Imperial University is the King. Oh, I see. Imperial University specializes in training the children of royalty. Asha was enlightened. No, commoners can also enter as long as they pass the exam. Old Rob waved his hand. I remember that when you went to the Flowing Water Palace, the 7 kingdoms already had elementary and intermediate magic schools. He was confused. Commoners need to take an exam to enter, but nobles are exempted. Isn't that like accompanying the prince to study? Asha laughed. You're not completely wrong. Nobles do have preferential treatment, but it's only based on their title. It's impossible to completely exempt them from the exam. What about me? Old Rob sighed. You're a transfer student. You don't have a graduation certificate or participate in the final exam. Imperial University's official students, if they have excellent grades, will be conferred a title by the royal family when they graduate. They'll be court knights without fiefs. Some star students are even recruited by the king in advance before they graduate and are selected as their own ministers. Let me think. I haven't even explored the Iron Islands enough. I don't want to go to King's Landing immediately, Asha said. In less than half a month, Asha changed her mind and decided to go to King's Landing to study at Imperial University. There were 2 reasons. First, the Iron Islands had changed too much, and she was unfamiliar with the place. Whether it was Ironseed commoners or nobles, there was a very obvious generation gap when she interacted with them. Second, she was deeply traumatized and really thirsted for new knowledge and skills. A few days ago, when Countess Harlow brought her daughter to visit her, Asha's mother was from the Harlow family. She gave her a brown leather bag the size of a wine bottle as a gift. Asha felt that her uncle's granddaughter-in-law was insulting her. This little thing was hard and small. What could it hold? Dany and the other women commented on the bag, talking about the leather, the style, the matching with the skirt. They talked endlessly, their faces full of excitement. When she laughed and said, "When I took the iron seed out to sea to rob merchant ships, I always hated the fact that the sack wasn't big enough. You little things can't even hold a bigger penis. What's the use of it?" Silence. Everyone covered their small mouths and looked at her like frightened quails. She was annoyed by the way they looked at her, like she was a barbarian. She continued to provoke them. "You fancy ladies of the Greenland. If you meet the iron seed at sea, you'll probably be scared to tears. Ah, Shah, any of us ladies here, even me, can easily sweep away all the iron seeds on a ship back in the day," the second daughter of the Duchess said excitedly. According to Asha's request, they no longer called her Grandaunt. They all called her by her name. "Little Danny, your bragging ability can sweep away the iron seed on 10 ships. Ha ha ha." Asha raised her head and laughed. Then, tragedy befell her. Little Danny, who was only 12 years old, pulled her and asked to play the finger dance game, the most iron seed. "I was wrong, little Danny. You know the finger dance and dare to take the initiative to ask to play this game. It shows that you're a good iron seed." At first, she naturally refused and didn't want to bully the little one. However, little Danny didn't give up. The Duchess on the side also laughed and said, "Finger dance is actually just an ordinary child's game. It doesn't matter if you play it." These words deeply irritated Asha. A child's game? Don't think that just because you were called Danny, you are all Danny Lees. Even your ancestors, Danny Lees, didn't dare to say such arrogant words. "Let's try with an axe without a blade," Asha said with a straight face. "No need. We all know the holy healing technique. Cutting off an arm or a hand is a small problem." The Duchess said, "Okay, little Danny Lees, don't howl later." 2 minutes later, Asha held her broken hand and howled miserably. Every time she threw out the axe, Danny caught it absent-mindedly. She even closed her eyes and shouted, "Asha, too slow, too steady. Faster, use more skills." Asha was confused by anger and used all her strength, but the other side was still at her fingertips. "Asha, you can't do it." Danny Lee seemed to be bored. She opened her eyes and casually threw out the axe. It was so fast, so hurried, so tricky. Before she could react, her wrist was cut off at the elbow. "Why is it like this? Did you use magic, Danny Lees?" Asha's face was pale. "Asha, you are barely a junior knight, and I—" Danny Lees wrinkled her small nose and said with dissatisfaction, "I'm already 12 years old, and I'm only a level 3 Grand Knight. I'm afraid I can't get into the Imperial University. So embarrassing." Asha was dumbfounded. "You are a junior knight if you can move your arm like a finger. You are a level 2 knight if you can lift something heavy. You are a level 3 Grand Knight if you can lift something light. You are a level 4 Earth Knight if you can surpass the mortal. Lady Danny Lees is an Earth Knight, even I." Count Harlow covered his red mouth with a jade fan and laughed lightly. "My level is the lowest, but I'm still a level 2 Senior Knight and a level 2 Paladin." Asha was about to crack. "The nobles nowadays use my ancestor as the perfect model to raise their young ladies." Danny Lees Targaryen raised her chin and said proudly, "Quiet at home, elegant as a painting. On the battlefield, the sword is like a dragon. The best noblewoman can fight and kill. She is skilled in both magic and martial arts. She can also govern the family, manage the fief, and balance the finances. As for music, chess, calligraphy, painting, and fashion design, they're all small interests and gadgets to pass the time." Asha. Chapter 1104. At dinner time, old Rob came back from the great cathedral. Hearing about what happened in the afternoon, he went to the bedroom to comfort Asha. "Don't take it to heart. Times are different, and the standards of individual strength and ladyship are different. The most obvious change is force. You were born in a time when magic power and force were very weak, but the modern era has entered a new era of low-level magic power and force. Before the Long Night, the level of swordsmanship only existed in theory. Only in the Book of White Knights. Sir Arthur Dane gave a superficial description of it. There was no way to train the body. Because of the lack of understanding of the human body, excessive training would cause the knight apprentices to be crippled. The ancient knight instructors did not dare to set up weight training at all. They only let two noble children hold wooden swords and bang, 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 bang. What can this train? Now, the old man first pointed at his lower abdomen, his heart, and the space between his eyebrows. Then he bent down and lifted the soles of his feet. These 4 storage points were only developed in the last few decades. After special stimulation training, one's speed, stamina, and reaction will increase exponentially. You're not lying to me? I've never heard of such a technique. Asha doubted. Alas, you don't believe me, but don't you believe the Dragon Queen? The old man stared and said, My granddaughter-in-law, Dani, became a 4th-level Earth Knight at the age of 10. At the age of 12, she entered the Valley Mountains alone and caught a shadow lynx. That lynx is raised in our castle's beast house. If you're interested, you can go take a look. PowerPoints are magic? Asha murmured. It has nothing to do with magic. It's just a simple body training method. Have you heard of a story of the Dragon Queen fighting 100 alone and becoming the King of Kal? The old man asked. She didn't use magic? Asha said. At that time, she swore a sacred oath to never use magic. Do you think the Dragon Queen would violate the sacred oath? Did she master the PowerPoint technique at that time? Asha was surprised. No, the body training technique was slowly explored after the long night. If she had known the PowerPoint technique earlier, she would not have hidden it in the long night. In fact, the current body development techniques are all made public by her, and she updates them every few years. After catching his breath, old Rob continued, The training at the energy storage point needs to be paired with the holy healing technique. The reason why the energy storage point had such a name was because it could store energy. Priests could fill it with holy light. In this way, during physical training, the muscles, bones, and organs of the body would automatically absorb the power of holy light from the accumulation point to improve themselves. Saint Healing, is the foundation of the modern knight training method. In the past, we didn't dare to overdo it for fear of causing irreparable damage to our bodies. But now, we can train as much as we want and fully develop our body's potential without worrying about injuries. The Saint Healing technique is most effective for this kind of physical injury without any side effects. How much stronger are the people who develop power storage points compared to ordinary people? Asha asked enviously. One's physical fitness can be increased by about 2 times. Some people with extraordinary talent can even reach 3 times the previous level. Those who are slightly weaker can at least reach 5 times. If he could become a holy knight and fill his body with the power of the holy light, his strength, speed, and reflexes would continue to increase. Dani was already an Earth Knight at the age of 10, so why is she still an Earth Knight 30 years later? She became a holy knight, but her swordsmanship didn't improve, but the power of the holy light. In our Greyjoy family, it's second only to me, this old man. The old man said proudly, You're so old, yet you're still alive. Are you a demigod? Asha asked in surprise. Peak 4th level Holy Knight, peak 4th level Great Priest, I'm still a long way for soul ascension, but I'm not that old. The old man smiled, revealing his neat white teeth, and said, The holy light can nourish the body and extend one's life. It's nothing for a modern person to live for 150 years or even 200 years. If I went to Sky Dragon Temple, I would have to bow my head and call them uncle or even grandpa. What's Sky Dragon Temple? Asha was confused. It's a place where a group of old warriors' sons or priests settled down. Many of them are heroes who survived the long night. They complained that the King's Landing's Baylor Cathedral was too noisy, so they went north to the Great Wall, found a corner in the mountains, and built a temple dedicated to asceticism. Because the first abbot of the temple was Targaryen, and he also contributed greatly to the construction of the temple, it was named Sky Dragon Temple. Asha's eyes lit up, and she hurriedly said, So, if I go to Sky Dragon Temple, I'll see many old friends. There should be many people who know you, but I'm not sure if they'll treat you as a friend. Old Rob said honestly. Thinking of her popularity in the 7 kingdoms, Asha sighed helplessly and asked a more practical question. Can you stimulate my power points and help me train my body? Yes, but I suggest you go to the Empire University. They have the best teachers. Training the body is only the foundation for improving one's strength, but skills are also very important. I can help you train your body, but my swordsmanship may not be suitable for you. In the past, most of the knights in the Seven Kingdoms didn't even reach the first realm, like an arm wielding the finger. You're already outstanding for being able to grasp the basics of like an arm wielding the finger. But now, the old man looked like he was reminiscing. The 8 years of a long night were also the 8 years when the knight's swordsmanship underwent a qualitative change. Outside, there was the pressure of life and death from the other ghosts, and within the human race, there was the sword god who publicized his swordsmanship understanding. The Holy Knights also used the Holy Knight seal to obtain the divine art of warrior's sword. In the last battle, at least 50 knights broke through the bottleneck and reached the fourth realm of divine transcendence. For example, Little Rose, whom you looked down on, was only at the realm of light as heavy before the last battle, but after the battle, she successfully broke through to divine transcendence. After 100 years of system development, the legendary divine transcendence is only the threshold of high-level swordsmen now. Only by reaching level 4 in swordsmanship before the age of 14 can you be guaranteed admission to the Empire University. Little Danny only has 1 year left to work hard. Level 4 is the threshold. Then what's the level of a top-level swordsman? Asha asked blankly. Becoming a demigod purely through swordsmanship or sword god is around level 9. Becoming a god through swordsmanship? Is that possible? Asha was doubtful. The Dragon Queen was the first sword god, Jaime Lister was the second, and his wife Brynny Taz was the third. It wasn't until 50 years later that Sir Barristan barely broke through to sword god, and was the fourth. These are the 4 famous sword gods, and perhaps there are still sword gods who are focused on cultivation and are not known to outsiders. They're all acquaintances. Am I the weakest one among all the old acquaintances who are still alive? She asked. Am I the weakest one? You're still young and full of hope. In the Empire University, you can learn everything you want to learn. With your wisdom and experience, you'll become a modern noble lady in 3 to 5 years. The old man comforted. Music, chess, calligraphy, painting, fashion appreciation. I can't learn that. Asha shook her head. A real top-level noble lady doesn't have to master all kinds of fancy skills, but to live a sincere life. Danny and the others like fashion, so they went to learn the art of fashion. Only commoner girls who want to enter the upper-class circle will spend time studying knowledge that they don't like, but can please others. You're already in the circle, so you don't have to cater to the people in the circle. You can do whatever you want and cultivate your hobbies within the bounds of law and tradition, as long as you don't treat ignorance as personality. The gentlemen and ladies in the circle may laugh at your hobbies, but they won't really look down on you. People outside the circle will only praise you for being free and easy and having personality. This is the privilege of nobility. Old Rob said meaningfully. Asha accepted the old man's suggestion that when Danny's summer vacation was over, she would go to King's Landing with her to go to college. Seeing her so motivated, the Greyjoys in the castle were also very happy. Duchess Danny also decided to take part of her time every day to help her aunt with her junior high and high school classes so that she wouldn't lose face for the sea monster family. But a few days later, Asha couldn't stand it anymore. She found old Rob and complained. John's wife is good-looking, fertile, skilled in martial arts, and good at running the family, but she's too arrogant. Danny was once the flower of the empire. When she was young, she did have a bit of a princess temper, but after being the matriarch of the Iron Islands for 30 years, her methods should be very smooth, right? The old man asked curiously. I think you've adapted to her arrogance in the past 30 years, Asha said. What did she do? When she taught me history, she would often say we Targaryens. When she taught me literature, she kept reading poems praising the Dragon Queen and made me recite them. When she taught me mathematics, she pointed at the mulberry tree and scolded the locust tree, saying that the ancient nobles were all idiots who actually left accounting to the scholars. When she was teaching me magic, she made me learn the Targaryen language, invented by the Dragon Queen. And on me above, I admire the Dragon Queen very much, but I, Greyjoy, don't eat the Dragon Queen's food, so why should I learn the Targaryen language to please her? She taught you Draconic, right? Square words, right? Is that Draconic? Why should I learn that stuff? Asha said, unhappily. You're probably mistaken. Dany is speaking the teaching materials written by the Dragon Queen. The old man said slowly, Targaryens do like to speak Draconic as Targaryen. They think they're the brothers of the Megalosaurus. Isn't the Dragon Queen the mother of dragons? She hatched the Megalosaurus from a stone egg and gave birth to Prince Rhaegar. It's not wrong to say that they're brothers. Are they crazy enough to learn from Aeron and turn into dragons by drinking wildfire? Asha laughed. This, old Robb said strangely, it's not unusual for Targaryens to drink wildfire to replenish their magic. When Dany uses Draconic magic, she can transform into a magical fire dragon covered in flames. Drinking wildfire can increase her endurance. You're kidding, right? Asha said foolishly. Before the long night, most of the magic and witchcraft in the supernatural world used advanced Valeglia and archaic, while the ancient creatures used archaic. After the long night, the Dragon Queen developed a new magic system for her descendants, which is to use Draconic incantations to imitate the Megalosaurus Draconic magic. For example, dragon roars, dragon flames, fire dragon combat skills. Transforming into a dragon and drinking wildfire to replenish magic were just some of them. At first, only Targaryens learned Draconic, but later, priests with fire talent discovered that after switching to Draconic incantations, they could borrow the power of the dragon god to imitate Targaryens' Draconic magic. Thus, Draconic magic began to become a mainstream magic system. Dany taught you Draconic out of kindness. Who better to be a Draconic magic teacher than Targaryen? Chapter 1105. In the early years, Dany graduated from the Imperial University and stayed on as a Draconic magic teacher for a few years. Now that she's willing to teach you alone, you should thank her. As for the Dragon Queen's poems, if you want to learn history, how can you avoid the Dragon Queen? She is history, and her every move is a historical event. And Dany is a Targaryen. What's wrong with saying we Targaryens? It was normal to let the scholars manage the finances in the past, but now, Asha, you also participated in the trial on Fairy Island, right? Of course, we Iron Seed have done all kinds of evil, so we're the targets of the trial, Asha said self-deprecatingly. Old Robb's mouth twitched, and he said, back then, the City of Knowledge was also put on trial. What the scholars did was terrifying. Now, all the nobles who went to university understand that the two powers of finance and personnel appointment must be in their own hands. There are no scholars now? I see crows in crows' nests. Aren't the scholars raising them? Asha asked, puzzled. Fewer crows are used, and glass candles are used to transmit information faster. In the past, scholars were also divided into breeders, doctors, tutors, aides, and many other professions. They were more professional, more efficient, and more reliable. Of course, some small nobles with weak assets, such as productive knights, couldn't support so many people, so they could only use the ancient scholar system. So, the City of Knowledge still exists. It was reorganized as the University of Old Town, and there's a major called Ancient Scholar. Just 30 years ago, it was successfully promoted to a university. There are only 7 universities in the world. All right, what you said makes sense. But why was our Greyjoy family's language changed by Dany? When I first returned to Pike City, I saw the 6 words on the plaque outside the gate. I thought it was some strange runes. Later, after Dany taught me language, I realized it was Draconic, and it's our family's new language, Asha said with a straight face. Is a new language not good? Old Robb sighed. In modern times, the saying strength wins through hard work would be laughed at. They mocked us for being bandits and robbers, when our family had participated in the final battle and was an ancient hero family. It was not worth it to ruin their reputation because of an inappropriate clan language. Take a closer look. Not only has our family changed, but many Iron Seed nobles have also taken advantage of the new era to use a new language that is more positive and progressive. Isn't it shameful that you can get rich through hard work? If my father was still alive, he would definitely be angered to death, Asha said. Sigh, what a pity. You were taken away by Grandpa and missed the glorious battle that allowed the Iron Seed to rise from the ashes. When countless Iron Seed members pointed their swords at the Anami, we abandoned the Anami's evil teachings. Like Tamon, Dunstan, and the other 8 heroes, it was very easy for them to accept the doctrine of the 7 gods that labor is the most glorious. Old Rob shook his head and sighed. Labor is the most glorious? Bullshit. Asha grinned. Labor is most glorious. That is the doctrine of the blacksmith. Fighting to the death is most glorious. That is the doctrine of the warrior. How is the doctrine of the 7 god bullshit? You guys live in luxury every day. When have you ever worked? Old Rob was speechless. Apart from you, which adult in our family doesn't work hard? I go to the holy church every day and help the commoner children activate the energy points in the morning. After the noon prayers, I treat the patients in the afternoon. When it's dark, I go home and have dinner with my family. Isn't that hard work? Danny and John also have to manage the huge Iron Islands. And even Thean, you haven't seen Thean for a few days, right? He's the general manager of the Iron Seed Culture Tourism Company, and he works every day. Asha was speechless. After a while, she asked, Then, is our family rich? Old Rob probed. Danny said that she can't give you the title of Duke of the Iron Islands, but regardless of whether you marry or not, she will compensate you with 2 million gold royals. Inami above, 2 million. Are you that rich? Asha was stunned, seeing that she was only shocked by the amount of money and didn't show any dissatisfaction about not returning the title. Old Rob sighed in relief and said, Our family didn't have much money. When Danny married, she brought 5 million gold royals as a dowry. And then 5 million? Are you kidding me? She's only the 3rd daughter of the Duke of Dragonstone Island. Asha shouted. Sigh, Dragon Queen is too rich. Every Targaryen daughter gets a big red packet when she marries, ranging from 1 million to 10 million. Asha was shocked. Did she rob the Bravo's iron treasury in the end? No need. The old man shook his head. Long Night's 10 cities were empty, and the wealth in those empty cities belonged to the Dragon Queen. After the Long Night's end, she set up the Royal Merchant Company, which not only helped the empire develop commerce, but also made a lot of money. For example, our family steam airship was bought from the Dragon Queen, and it cost 700,000 gold royals each. It's a robbery, Asha shouted again. In ancient times, how many longships could 700,000 gold royals make? Can those longships together beat a steam airship? Asha sighed. It's just a lump of iron, too expensive. You didn't look carefully, did you? The key parts of that steam boiler are all made of steel. How can ordinary steel withstand a long period of wildfire? Also, the leather pouch for inert light gas has to be tough, light, and fireproof. Only the best magicians in material science can make it. I'm sure you've seen the Air Force soldiers on the airships. In order to reduce their weight, they can't wear heavy iron armor. But the Air Force is precious, and protection is even more important. So, they all wear cloth armor that makes you feel strange. Old Rob said, This. Asha was stunned and smiled bitterly. I'm really behind the times. Danny is learning from the Dragon Queen's business methods. In just a few decades, our family has become rich, and we have a net worth of tens of millions. However, Danny is planning to build a road system that connects the major cities in the Iron Islands. Infrastructure is the most expensive, so I can only give you 2 million. Old Rob said slowly. It costs so much to build a road? Asha was puzzled. It's not an ordinary mud road. Have you seen the Valeglia Avenue? Without a megalosaurus to add high-energy magic to the molten boulders, we can only use a large number of fire priests who are proficient in dragon magic to replace it. A 7-meter-wide black stone avenue costs more than 300,000 gold royals per kilometer. This project will require all the nobles of the Iron Islands to invest 1,000 years and 10 billion gold royals to complete. The old man sighed. That's too much. Is it necessary? Asha mumbled. Once the Blackstone Avenue is completed, our Iron Islands will benefit for tens of thousands of years, hundreds of thousands of years, or even longer. Do you think it's worth it? As long as it's worth it, it's necessary. After communicating with old Rob, Asha dispelled her misunderstanding of Danny. She abandoned her prejudices and began to truly focus on learning. She continued to read history books and elementary school nature books. She gradually gained a deeper understanding of this unfamiliar world. A month later, Asha, wearing a top and skirt similar to the women of this era, bid farewell to her family together with Lady Greyjoy, Danny. Each of them had 2 maids, 2 etiquette instructors, and 2 knight instructors who were also bodyguards. They brought 7 to 8 rattan trunks and took a carriage to the pier. Together with many noble children who had left the island to study, talented commoners, and tourists who were returning home, they boarded a giant ship with sky blue and pure white stripes that amazed Asha. She had seen wooden ships that were 100 meters long before the long night. However, the center of gravity of those ships was very low, and there were no tall buildings on the deck. This ship, named Legendary Tanis, was 7 stories tall. Most importantly, it was a mixture of steel and wood. They lived in a small villa with a 30-square-meter garden on the top floor. This ship is our family's property. My father personally designed and supervised the construction of this ship. Only the women of the Duke and the King's family can stay in this bedroom. Others can't enter, even if they have money. Danny threw herself onto the large duvet and said lazily, "Since it's Greyjoy's property, why is it called this name?" Asha asked curiously. This cruise ship is mainly used to travel around the Westeros. In order to attract tourists, it's natural to use the name of the legendary hero of the Iron Islands. If you call it King Balon, other than historians, who would know its meaning? If the Drumswa family wasn't also a shareholder of the Iron Sea Culture Tourism Company, this name wouldn't be used casually. Dunstan, that old fellow, was my underling back then, Asha said gloomily. Woo, a whistle that pierced through the clouds came from the stern of the ship, completely suppressing the shouts of the crowd on the pier and by the ship's railing. The white column of steam was 50 meters tall, like a sharp sword that pierced through the sky. Such powerful power, Asha said blankly. After getting used to it for more than a month, she gradually understood the basic principles and levels of the steam engine. 2 steam turbine engines, 1 main and 1 auxiliary, each with 3,000 horsepower. It's okay in the Westeros, but in the entire world, it's not much. For example, the people of Bravos are building a super cruise ship called Titan with a displacement of more than 30,000 tons. Danny said, after the legendary Dunstan left the Iron Islands, it stopped at Andromeda City for half a day to let off a batch of passengers and another batch of passengers. Then, it went south along the Westeros coastline. 4 days later, the cruise ship arrived at Port Lannister. Asha and Danny brought a group of servants off the ship. Asha, when they went down from the 7th floor, Asha met an old acquaintance in the VIP cabin on the 3rd floor. Thornton, it's you. Why are you here? Asha was pleasantly surprised. Many people had returned from the first flame. There were hundreds of thousands of Iron Seed undead, but only 3 of them were still alive. Among the people who followed Danny into the flowing water palace, there were 7 warriors who won the finger dance, a scholar who recorded the great achievements of the Dragon Queen, and a guide. Among the 7 warriors, Asha, Thornton, and Tangku were taken away by their father and brother. They died in the first flame and lost the chance to become one of the 4 heroes of Yenhai. Thornton was younger than Asha. He was in his early 20s, with a medium build, black hair, gray eyes, a round face, and straight eyebrows. He looked quite righteous. My brother's grandson used his connections to get a place to study at the Old Town University. The old man hopes that I can slowly adapt to the new era in university. Asha, what about you? I'm going to be a transfer student at the Imperial University. Ah, the Imperial University is great. Thornton said enviously. Asha smiled and asked, what about Tanku? Is he going to university? The Ocean University of the Iron Islands. Second university is not bad. Considering that Tanku's family was only in Knight's territory, Asha was not too surprised. Tanku is going to be a guard at the Ocean University. Chapter 1106. We have arrived at Westport No. 2 Pier. Passengers who wish to alight, please do so as soon as possible. Asha stood in a daze on the clean and tidy stone road. She watched as the three-compartment wooden car came to a stop in front of her. Then, a total of 5 doors opened. Dozens of people squeezed out of the car, and dozens more squeezed onto the car. Like the people of the Iron Islands, they no longer wore traditional robes. The men wore shirts or suits, and the women wore gorgeous whalebone skirts or simple dresses. They even wore women's suits like Danny. However, there were also warriors wearing leather, mail, and armor. The styles were different from the past. They were more personalized, beautiful, and fit. It was said that due to the improvement of smelting technology, the cost of steel was much lower than in ancient times. There was no need for a set of armor to be passed down for generations. At the same time, modern martial arts were more advanced. Armor that was made to fit would expose fatal flaws. Therefore, modern people would forge the most suitable armor for themselves according to their body shape and swordsmanship. Next stop, Second Ring Road, North City's Financial Street. 2 men shouted from the front and back of the steam car. Then, a white column of steam began to rise from the front chimney. Woo woo woo, kacha, kacha, kacha. Asha stood in a daze as she watched the car speed away on the strange track. Asha, Asha. On the other side, Danny climbed onto a 4-wheeled car and waved at her. The 4-wheeled vehicle was in the shape of a T with an open top and a T-shaped steel frame. The carriage and cabin were made of wood, and there were only 2 seats in the front. There was a chimney at the back that was emitting white smoke and a steam engine that was humming. Come on. Danny sat on the left seat and held the steering wheel. Is this a steam car? Why doesn't Pike City have one? Asha climbed onto the right seat and looked around curiously. The car hasn't been mass-produced yet. This is Joffrey's new experimental product. Danny was reading a manual as she spoke. Joffrey is Lannister, the heir of Casterly Rock, my senior. Why is his car here? Does our family have a good relationship with Lannister? Asha asked doubtfully. He's pursuing me, Danny said casually. Ah, your fiancé? No. Danny shook her head. He's just one of my suitors. Asha was stupefied. I almost understand it. It's no different from a public bus. Muttering, Danny threw the manual aside. Asha, get ready. It's also my first time driving a car. If there's an accident, I'm prepared to jump out. What? Asha was at a loss. She even fumbled around on the seat and asked, where's the seat belt? I have a seat belt when I take the airship. The seat belt is a restraint. If we really get into a car accident, we should jump out of the car and run for our lives. Car accident. This new term made Asha's hair stand on end. With the skills and reflexes of a level 4 Grand Knight and a level 3 Holy Knight, it's better to jump out of the car ahead of time than to leave the seat belt to fate. No matter how dangerous a car accident is and how unexpected it is it more terrifying than the sword of a level 4 Grand Knight? Danny said matter-of-factly. Asha felt that her words made a lot of sense, but I'm not a Grand Knight. And if you get into a car accident and kill a passerby, I'm afraid you'll go to hell after you die. She said, sigh, then I'll drive slower. Danny sighed. Chi-chi-woo-woo. The car slowly left the place and entered the wide black stone avenue. At first, Danny was still a little unfamiliar with it. But soon, she, who was proficient in bus driving, became familiar with the operation of the car. The speed began to increase, and even caught up with and quickly surpassed the railway bus that left before. The wind is so strong, slow down. Asha's eyes were a little hard to open because of the strong wind. Don't worry, I have the blood of a true dragon. This bit of wind, this bit of speed, is nothing at all. Danny was a little carried away. I want to see the scenery. Lannister Port has changed a lot. Asha said. Danny had no choice but to slow down to the speed of an ordinary carriage. The buildings on the street are all 4 stories, and they're all the same style and size. Why are they so neat? Asha was puzzled. Uniform buildings, neat streets, it's easier to build a sewer and a water supply system, and it can also increase the land utilization and traffic efficiency. Think about it. If a box of the same size is neatly stacked, can it hold more soap cubes? Or can it be stuffed more randomly? After leaving Lannisterport, the car left the Blackstone Avenue and began to bounce on the gravel road like a jumping bean. The car's shock absorber is so bad. Danny complained. The road to Casterly Rock City was wider, but there were fewer passers-by. Asha's heart itched. Can you let me try this car? I used to be the best captain on the Iron Islands. Driving shouldn't be harder than steering, right? The captain is indeed more skilled than the driver, but you don't have magic power to start the engine. Danny suddenly loosened one hand and pointed to the steering wheel. Look, this is the magic input. The main body of the steering wheel was curved into a circle of wood, and the surface of the wooden armrest was inlaid with threaded dragon crystals. At this time, the surface of the dragon crystals flickered with a dark red light. What's going on? Isn't the steam engine powered by wildfire? Why do you need to input magic power? Asha wondered. Look at the fuel tank in the back. Isn't there 2? Not 2 boxes of wildfire. Danny smiled and said, neither of the 2 tin boxes contains wildfire, but when they meet, they can produce a magic reaction and produce wildfire. The engine is engraved with magic runes that synthesize wildfire. The driver injects magic power into the runes through the steering wheel, and the 2 stable substances react with magic, turning into flammable, explosive, and ultra-high burning wildfire. Then, the wildfire steam engine starts to run. The amount of magic power inputted determines the speed of the conversion, and the amount of wildfire determines the speed of the car. This technology was invented by the wildfire experts 50 years ago, and it was also 50 years ago that the wildfire steam engine became practical. And the first wildfire-powered steam train was invented by the ancestor long before the long night. Are you tired? She asked. Are you tired? Why tired? Danny asked curiously. You keep inputting magic power. Aren't you tired? Hee. If I were to inject magic power like casting spells, how would I have the energy to talk to you? Danny explained with a smile. The level of magic power is analogous to the level of flames. Ordinary flames are level 1. Wildfire is level 2. The dragon flames of ordinary Megalosaurus are level 3. The earth fire is level 4. The sun is level 5. The embers of the first fire is level 6. And the first fire is level 7. Level 5 is a true god, and level 6 is the divine king. Asha, you can be resurrected, which means that the ancestor has surpassed the divine king and touched the level of level 7 god of creation. God of creation? You can brag all you want. Asha complained in her heart and said indifferently, what does this have to do with the wildfire? Listen to my explanation slowly. The ancestor is level 7, and the 5 gods Megalosaurus are about level 4.5. So, with their power, ordinary fire priests can also make level 3 fire magic liquid, right? I don't know. Asha said honestly. Sai, when we go to King's Landing, you have to study hard. You can treat wildfire as hard liquor. If you mix alcohol and water, can you blend it in a hard liquor? Although level 3 fire magic liquid has a higher energy level, it is very stable. Then, when mixed with level 1 fire magic liquid, you don't need to inject much magic power for them to blend into wildfire. Of course, the mixing of alcohol and water is a physical reaction, and the synthesis of wildfire is a magical reaction. My magic power is equivalent to a catalyst. I still don't understand, Asha said with a wooden face. Forget it. Let Joffrey explain it to you later. He is in the field of magic science. Asha knew what the field of magic science was. Under the physics department, it was divided into natural physics and magic physics. The chemistry department was the same. The wildfire department belonged to the magic chemistry department of the chemistry department. So Joffrey is a science guy. I thought he studied finance. Asha said. Danny showed a mocking expression. Finance is a service-oriented industry, Only muggles and civilians study finance and work for nobles after graduation. Lannister Port has the only financial street in the 7 countries. Asha said, even a top finance student who graduated from the Empire University can't play with a duke with 3 professional degrees, because finance experts can only adapt to the rules, but dukes can make the rules. If any guy in the Iron Islands dares to speculate in finance, my father will catch him the next day and send him to the North Pole. So, the heir of a great noble only needs to master basic financial knowledge, enough to manage a group of finance experts. There is no need to take it as a profession. Asha was speechless. In silence, the car entered the gate of Casterly Rock City. A tall old man with white hair led a group of men and women to greet them at the gate. The old man was close to 2, for meters tall, and the others were also tall. Ah, Grandpa Tyrion, who are you? I am not qualified for you to come out and greet me personally. Dany was shocked when she saw the old man, and there was also a bit of fear in her shock. Ha ha, little Dany, don't flatter yourself. I didn't come for you. The old man winked at the girl, then turned to Asha and bowed solemnly. Lady Asha, I am Messai's eldest grandson, known as Giant Tyrion. It is an honor to meet you. Oh, so you're Messai's grandson. Messai was half a generation younger in front of her, so Asha graciously accepted Tyrion's bow. After that, the old man introduced her to his large family, more than 30 people. Sigh, time is the best medicine in the world. Back then, your Casterly Rock City only had one son, Sir Jaime. The Lannister group felt a bit awkward, but Giant Tyrion laughed. Same to you. Greyjoy only had Sir Robb as his only son back then. Ha ha ha. Asha gave an awkward laugh. After the greetings, the old man personally led her on a tour of the new Casterly Rock City. The overall changes weren't big, only the details were more modern. There were steam-powered elevators, magic crystal lamps, water system, and other new things. Oh, there was an additional stone sculpture of James the size of a house on the mountain wall halfway up the mountain. He is the sword god, old Tyrion said in a respectful voice. Did Sir Jaime leave behind any secret cultivation manuals? I'm not trying to pry into your family's secrets, but the sword god is too mysterious for me, so I want to know more. Asha asked in a curious voice. The old master did leave behind some things. Although they are secret sword techniques, you can look at them as you wish. The old man said this and excitedly brought her to the stone garden on the top floor. Asha was surprised to find that there were several hundred swordsmen gathered on the 2,000 square meter platform. Everyone had a sword, sitting cross-legged or slowly waving their swords, or looking up at the stone peak in the garden. Asha's eyes hurt, and she couldn't help calling out, "Oh, what is that? It seems like a sword is slashing at my head. It hurts." That is the sword technique left behind by great-grandfather, the old man proudly said. Chapter 1107. The so-called sword mantra was nothing more than 3 words carved on the stone wall, Casterly Rock City. 40 years ago, my father was critically ill. My great-grandfather heard the news and rushed back, but he was 2 days late. My father was raised by him. My great-grandfather was very upset and very sad. And right here, old Tyrion pointed at the stone garden. He stood here for 7 days and 7 nights. Finally, he sighed and used his sword to carve 3 words on the mountain peak. He was not standing on the edge of the stone wall and using an iron sword to carve. Instead, he was standing beside the fence, dozens of meters away. He was using an ordinary rusty iron sword. It looked like he was just casually waving it a few times. Stone powder rustled down, revealing a finger-deep handwriting. Every stroke was a sword move, and it was also infused with his understanding of the sword and life. At that time, his swordsmanship must have improved further. Asha rubbed her eyes and tried to calm her heart according to old Tyrion's guidance. Finally, she saw the full appearance of the 3 words Casterly Rock City. It was indeed carved with iron hooks and silver strokes. Even though she did not understand Draconic, she could clearly feel the beauty and power of the words. She couldn't help but feel a little excited. The lake in her heart rippled, and the three words immediately disintegrated into dozens of dazzling sharp swords. Every sword used a sword move, and every sword move seemed to evolve into a world. It was a very strange feeling. Ugh, she frowned again, and her eyes were stinging with tears. Don't look, your realm is not high enough. Old Tyrion brought her away from the stone garden. It's too amazing. This is the first time I've seen words that seem to have a life of their own. Asha said excitedly. Only when the sword moves have a spirit can one be called a sword god. Old Tyrion said. How did Sir Jaime do it? He was about the same level as me back then. This is too exaggerated. Asha muttered. Asha, your great-grandfather was a famous knight in the Seven Kingdoms. When he was young, he was personally taught by Sir Arthur Dane. Before he lost his hand, he was already close to the realm of divine transcendence. What realm are you now? The old man said with a wooden face. I'm Ironseed. I'm good at fighting on the ship. Asha was a little embarrassed. She couldn't even beat Erlu. Why is your family's swordsmanship secret manual open to others? I see that many of the swordsmen in the garden are wearing ordinary clothes. They should be commoners, right? She changed the topic. They are all swordsmanship experts who have come here out of admiration. They're at least level 4. Westeros are Sojin, men, women, nobles, commoners. Casterly Rock City welcomes all of you, as long as you swear a sacred oath that you will never learn great-grandfather's swordsmanship and commit any evil deeds. The old man smiled. I thought you would keep it as a family heirloom and only show it to your own people, Asha said. Sigh, compared to the knowledge of magic and swordsmanship that Dragon Queen has made public, this secret technique is not even a drop in the ocean. Furthermore, great-grandfather was able to become a sword deity because he received the teachings of the warrior. What teachings? Asha asked curiously. Old Tyrion hesitated for a moment. After leading her to the study, he asked in a low voice, Do you know the Divine Comedy? Asha thought for a moment and said uncertainly, I seem to have heard my granddaughter-in-law mention it before. Granddaughter-in-law? Princess Dany? Asha nodded and asked curiously, What is the Divine Comedy? What's so special about it? Strictly speaking, it is just a poem that describes hell, heaven, and earth. But think about it, hell, heaven, and earth. Don't they almost cover the entire world? Old Tyrion said mysteriously. So, Muggles who came from the Age of Chaos were not very sensitive to the existence of divine scriptures. It can't be said that great-grandfather completely relied on the Divine Comedy to become a god, but did help him cut off his past and understand himself. His soul shone with endless vitality, the old man said. Asha's eyes lit up and said eagerly, Can you let me see it? I also want to be reborn. The giant Tyrion shook his head and said, The Divine Comedy can't be shown to others, and it can't be seen. It has been torn apart. Are you crazy? Why would such a magical treasure be torn apart? Asha was surprised. My great-grandfather tore it apart. The giant Tyrion said slowly. At that time, he met an old friend outside the Great Wall. The other party was in a miserable situation. My great-grandfather took pity on him and prepared to use the Divine Comedy to bring him back to the embrace of the seven gods. However, after that person saw the Divine Comedy and heard that my great-grandfather had used it to become a god, he was ungrateful and coveted the Divine Comedy. At first, he knelt on the ground and begged. But my great-grandfather swore that he would never show the original Divine Comedy to another person, so he firmly refused. I don't know what happened at that time, but the Divine Comedy was stolen by that person. My great-grandfather was so angry that he chased after him and directly destroyed the Divine Comedy. It seems that an evil god intervened at that time. Otherwise, with my great-grandfather's strength, he wouldn't have gone to such extremes. Alas, what a pity, Asha said regretfully. The old man pondered and said, The Divine Comedy was destroyed by the sword Chi, but there are still fragments left. In recent decades, there has been news that someone obtained the fragments of the Divine Comedy and became a god. There are even ambitious people who wantonly collect the fragments in an attempt to piece together a more complete fragment of the Divine Comedy. Hearing you say that, I'm even more interested in the Divine Comedy, Asha said. You want to see the Divine Comedy? Dania said solemnly. That thing is very evil. Many powerful extraordinaires are also lured into depravity. You're just an ordinary person. There's almost no chance that you'll survive if you see it. They stayed in Casterly Rock for 2 days before taking the train to King's Landing with Joffrey and Lannister. That night, in the bedroom that Lannister had arranged for the 2 distinguished guests, Asha curiously asked about the Divine Comedy. Asha believed that since the Divine Comedy was written by Targaryen, Dany should know more secrets than the giant Tyrion. Have you seen it before? Dany nodded hesitantly. There are fragments of the Divine Comedy in the Imperial University's library. There are even scholars who wrote personal biographies of some demons based on it. Why are you talking about demons again? Asha asked, puzzled. Is it strange that there are demons in hell? Originally, the ancestors had already killed all the evil gods, and the evil sorcerers had almost lost their living space. Without the evil gods, they could no longer borrow their power through blood sacrifices. But now, there are still evil dark sorcerers in the shadows. Why? Why? Asha was confused. Dany rolled her eyes. Of course, it's because there are new evil gods that they worship and sacrifice. The evil gods were all killed by the Dragon Queen. Where did the new evil gods come from? Asha was puzzled. Isn't this back to the previous question? Is it strange that there are demons in hell? The Divine Comedy is essentially a poem that introduces heaven, hell, and the mortal world. In other words, the 7 levels of hell and the terrible existences in hell are all described in the Divine Comedy. And the Divine Comedy has the strange effect of immersing the reader in it. If an extraordinary obtains a fragment of a demon from hell, they can directly communicate with him or even pull his projection into the real world. If the extraordinary's willpower is not firm, or if they have evil intentions, it is natural for them to enter the demonic path. Oh, I see. Asha was enlightened. If you're interested, you can read the continuation of the Divine Comedy by the scholars. The fragments of the Divine Comedy are too dangerous for Greyjoy, especially you. Dany's face was a little gloomy. Why are you targeting Greyjoy? Asha frowned. Gritting her teeth, Dany said in a low voice, because there is also a demon from hell in my family, and he is someone you know. Who? Asha was shocked. I don't know any demons from hell. You don't know Yulun? Dany's eyes flickered. Yulun? Asha was stunned and said ridiculously, that guy, even I dare to fight him one-on-one. You should be able to fight 10 of them alone. What kind of demon are you? You fought him one-on-one. Dany looked at her strangely. He has the talent of transfiguration, and he is a sorcerer, a summoner, a blood-cursed wizard, a true sacred child, and many other extraordinary professions. How do you choose? I know he is a blue-lipped sorcerer, but transfiguration, summoner, and so on, where do they come from? And the sorcerer is not strong. Didn't you, Luan, capture the great sorcerer of Queers, Kaya? At that time, the magic tide had just recovered, and the so-called great sorcerer was just a beginner with powerful knowledge. When he met Yulun, Kaya had only been practicing for less than a year. Even in modern times, the sorcerer of Queers is still a powerful faction with medium strength in the extraordinary world. After a pause, Dany explained, Yulun is not a transfiguration sorcerer in the traditional sense. He was blessed by the storm god and wears an eye patch all year round. His different colored eyes can control crows and cast spells through crows. What about summoners? Asha asked. Yulun sea monster. Have you forgotten? Wasn't the horn of the sea monster given to Victarion? Victarion died in the final battle, and the horn fell into the hands of his wife, Marjorie. But Yulun is still the first master of the sea monster. After Queen Sansa passed away, the head of the kings, Duke Godden, also left King's Landing. Wait, Asha interrupted her. Isn't the Duke of River Ben Tari? How did it become Marjorie? Have you seen the current map of the Seven Kingdoms? A part of the old royal territory, along with the Trident River, belongs to the Duke of Dragonstone Island. It is the land of the Pentashade Dragon Targaryen. The territory of the Trident River is the compensation for ceding King's Landing and the surrounding area. The new royal territory of the Crimson Saber Dragon Targaryen is made up of half of the Mander River Plain and half of the Blackwater River Plain. River Bend and River Inner had to cede large areas of land. River Inner had always been a place of war, and there was no fixed duke family. Whether it belonged to the royal territory or River Inter, it made no difference to the River Inter nobles. That was why River Inter had almost no objections. But River Bend was different. All the River Bend nobles were part of the Green Hand. In fact, it was because they were all part of the same family that the large River Bend did not split. Marjorie spent a lot of effort and finally helped Queen Sansa settle the matter. Thus, she became the new Duke of River Bend and reclaimed Tyrell's Garden. When Queen Sansa died, she had already obtained the title of Duke of River Bend. After leaving her post in the King's Hand, she returned to Garden. Perhaps she had already achieved her goal of gaining power. After that, Duke Marjorie began to indulge in increasing her own strength. She devoutly served the Holy Mother and raised her priest level while researching the profound mysteries of magic. The sea monster left behind by Yuluen became her target. If she could control the sea monster, she would become the overlord of the sea. She could even borrow the sea monster's magic power. Through the horn she inherited from Victarion, she really summoned the giant sea monster from the deep sea into the Mander River. Dany's pretty face turned slightly pale. Fear appeared in her eyes. She said with a trembling voice, "Marjorie opened the gates of hell." At that time, the long night had already ended for more than 10 years. After 20 years of growth, the sea monster had become a giant demon. And 20 years of time was enough for Yu Luon in hell to evolve into Yu Luon Demon. Chapter 1108. Asha was shocked. When Yuluen gave the horn to Victarion, he must have left something behind. He was exiled by my father because he strengthened Victarion's salt concubine. They can't be so close. Dany nodded and sighed. Marjorie isn't you. She didn't see the discord between the two brothers. That day, the High Court was met with a calamity. The tall city walls were like crispy pancakes, easily crushed by the sea monster's tentacles that were as thick as hills. The Monde River was like a big fat person who jumped into a bathtub, and the flood flooded the villages within 100 miles. The houses in the city were like sand castles by the sea, easily crushed by naughty children. And the Yuluen demons used the sea monster's mouth to laugh wildly. High Court was destroyed. The collapsed rocks blocked the river, and the Mander River changed its course. The residents suffered heavy casualties. Tyrell was truly exterminated. Marjorie, her children, husband, and relatives were all eaten by the sea monster. When the demigod priest of the Holy Church arrived, the sea monster had already disappeared in the Mander River. Some people said that it was summoned by Yuluen to the endless Black Sea in the 3rd layer of hell. Didn't Yuluen go to the 7th layer of hell? How can you still come out to do evil? Asha was shocked. Hell is like a cesspool. Evil people like Yuluen are like feces. The 7 gods sweep the feces of the human world into the cesspool, not letting a single one go. The human world is peaceful, but the cesspool of hell is there. If normal people don't go near it, they won't be contaminated by the stinky feces. If you don't provoke the devil can't hurt you. Do you understand what I'm saying? Hey, Dany, you're disgusting. Asha covered her nose and said in disgust, "You're the one who's disgusting. You pooped on the castle walkway." Dany said angrily, You can't blame me. There were no flush toilets in ancient times. Everyone pooped in the castle and waited for it to dry. Asha said awkwardly, "What happened after that?" She quickly returned to the original topic. Tyrell's family has been exterminated. Based on the contributions of the River Bend families during the long night, a new River Bend Duke will be chosen. The Tarly family and the Golden Tree City's Luo one were both from the Green Hand clan, and their merits were equally matched. In the end, the River Bend Dukes voted, and the Tarly family won. The eldest son of Rickon Tully, who died in Winterfell, became the first Horned Hill Duke with the help of his uncle, Sam Tully, Dany said calmly. "Did Yuluen Demon appear again?" Asha asked. Hearing this, Danny's expression changed. She nodded gently and sighed. You have been to the ancestral hall of the Greyjoy family. Did you find anything unusual? I only burned a stick of incense and didn't find anything, Asha said. There's no memorial tablet for my grandfather in the ancestral hall. But have you seen my grandfather in Pike City? Have they been removed from the genealogy? Asha asked in surprise. Yes. My grandfather didn't have extraordinary talent, and he wasn't willing to calm down and serve the Holy Mother. In the end, he went astray on the path of seeking power. What did he do? Asha asked curiously. After hearing that the Dark Warlock used the remnant pages of the Divine Comedy to communicate with the demons of hell, my grandfather was inspired. He secretly carved Yu Luan Demon's memorial tablet and worshipped it as an ancestor. Due to the pull of the bloodline, Yu Luan Demon actually responded to him. It was said that Yu Luan Demon promised my grandfather that as long as he offered the blood of his kin, he would be granted the ability to summon sea monsters. Asha was furious. Yu Luan Demon is a bastard. How dare you tempt the descendant of the Greyjoy family to kill his own kin? My grandpa was possessed and killed my grandpa. How tragic. His grandson killed his own son. Rob must have been very sad, right? Asha murmured. Not only was he sad, he was devastated. Later, he used the holy fire to purify my grandfather. Since then, Yu Luan Demon became the taboo and curse of our family. My father was able to marry my mother because of this incident. Danny sighed. What do you mean? Asha was puzzled. What do you think are the chances of the descendants of the Targaryen family worshipping Yu Luan Demon? Danny said proudly. Asha's mouth twitched. You are Greyjoy now. I am Greyjoy, but the blood of the true dragon flows in my body. My descendants, my brother's descendants, will all be proud of the descendants of the Celestial Emperor. They will only have a deep contempt for Yu Luan Demon. This way, the curse that Yu Luan Demon placed on the Greyjoy family will naturally be resolved easily. Asha looked conflicted. Although it makes sense, but it was very uncomfortable to hear. But she could not deny old Rob's wisdom. My mother was the flower of the empire of the Imperial University, and my father. Danny sighed helplessly. He was just an ordinary person who entered the Imperial University with the help of his family's noble title. He had no looks, no talent, no power, and no courage. He did not dare to express his love for my mother. Fortunately, my grandfather had connections and personally went to the North Pole. Queen Jegaret pitted her adopted brother's experience and prepared to matchmake the kingdom's eldest princess to marry my father. But my father was madly in love with my mother and rejected the equally outstanding eldest princess. When my mother heard about this, she was very touched. Danny chuckled. Actually, my mother has always been at odds with eldest princess Sansa. Asha was not interested in the love affairs of the juniors. I see that you seem to respect old Tyrion Demon very much. Why? Also, how did this group of Lannister demons grow so tall? A strong cast, tall, and sturdy body. These are the characteristics of Stark demons. Yes, Lord Tyrion's mother is a Stark demon. You also know about the bad things between the two families in the early years. Marriage is the best way to resolve the grudge, Danny said. Nonsense. I've seen many Stark demons, but none of them are so tall, Asha said. I don't know what the ancient Stark demons look like, but there are too many tall Stark demons in the northern region now, Danny said with certainty. Who is Tyrion's mother? Asha frowned. Arya Stark. Blood demon Arya? Isn't she the wife of a stranger? How can she marry? Not that lord. Danny shook her head. After the Northern Ice King was exiled, his younger brother Bran's son, Adu Stark, became the new Duke of the Northern region. Arya Stark is Duke Adu's second daughter. In the legends of the Northern region, Duke Adu once arm wrestled with a giant and won. He also won a wrestling match. I seem to have heard that Bran's son, Adu, is a mutant monster. He's very tall, Asha recalled. Rumor has it that Duke Adu is so tall because he drank the milk of a child of the forest when he was young, Danny said with a gossipy expression. Have you seen a child of the forest? Asha asked. No, They moved to Dragon Island near the Antarctic Circle with the giants and other monsters. I haven't seen it either, but according to the legends, the child of the forest should be tiny, Asha said. Maybe the child of the forest fed him with the giant's milk? Danny guessed. Asha shook her head and asked, "What great achievements does Tyrion have?" "He's the adopted son of Prince Tyrion. When my mother sees him, she has to call him Grandpa Tyrion. He was lucky enough to be taught by the Emperor of Heaven when he was young. When he grew up, he was the finance minister of the Empire for 30 years. Later, when he returned to the Westeros, he assisted 2 generations of kings and served as the prime minister for 30 years. He just retired a few years ago. He also built the largest financial street in the 7 Kingdoms in Port Lannister, and it's also the only place in the Westeros where stocks are listed. It's safe to say that he single-handedly founded the financial industry of the 7 Kingdoms," Danny said with admiration. The giant Tyrion's achievements were not only because he learned from the Dragon Queen and founded the financial industry of the Westeros, but also because the heavy industry of the Western region was so powerful that Asha was terrified. Yes, not shocked, but terrified. 7 gods above, you're not kidding. It can produce 200,000 tons of crude steel every year. If it's all made into swords and armor, then? The next day, Asha followed tall Joffrey to the steel plant of the United Strength of the Western region, which had a forest of chimneys and roaring machines. Standing under the magic steel furnace as tall as a hill, Asha's whole body and mind were captivated by a powerful force called magic industry. More than 200 steel fire priests poured magic power into the furnace together. Thousands of tons of iron, or like lard in a hot pot, slowly melted, gradually shining hot. The scene was too spectacular and too shocking. If it's all used to forge weapons, it's enough to let every man in the Western region wear knight armor and the best steel sword. But it's meaningless. Joffrey continued her words. How is it meaningless? 1,000,000 soldiers are enough to sweep the world, Asha said with a trembling voice. Let's not talk about whether it can make 1,000,000 soldiers obedient and rebel. If you can build 1,000,000 soldiers, can other duchies? The Western region has steel plants, as do Hajien, Valley, Northern region, Dorne, and Riverbend. Using steel to arm the people to rebel is meaningless except for the suffering of the people, the destruction of the country, and the harm of others. Joffrey sighed. Our Iron Islands also have a small steel plant with an annual output of 30,000 tons. Times have changed. Even if you wear iron armor, you can't become a knight. Apart from knights, there are dozens of magic professions, Danny said. Alas, times have really changed. You're strong, I'm strong, and we're all getting stronger. Asha smiled bitterly. Then, she asked curiously, so much steel, if not used to make weapons, where is it used for? Part of it is used to meet the production and living needs of the people. The rest of the steel can be used to build ships, cars, railways, and even high-rise buildings. For a long time, steel has been in short supply in the 7 nations. Half a year ago, my great-grandfather proposed to His Majesty the King a plan to produce 1,000 schools in 100 years. In other words, in the next 100 years, we strive to open 1,000 specialized schools for fire mages in the Westeros. Eventually, the total steel production of the 7 nations will reach 10 million tons. A fire priest who can borrow the power of the 7 gods to cast dragon-tongue magic is the world's most productive force. Joffrey sighed. Asha was stupefied. The next day, when they arrived at the Western Region train station in Port Lannister, Asha finally understood the meaning of Joffrey's words. You actually used such high-quality steel to pave the road and built such a huge and long green iron carriage. 7 levels of hell, it's too extravagant. Even when they entered the spacious VIP box, Asha's eyes were still in a daze. She had a dreamy expression on her face. It's not extravagant at all. Even an ordinary farmer can afford the fare to King's Landing. The initial investment is indeed huge, but if the time is extended to 100 years, compared to the mud carriages of the past, the cost of the train is almost negligible. The key is still the fire priests. The steel requires fire priests, and the huge amount of wildfire needed to power the steam engine also requires fire priests. If the steam car is popularized, perhaps even 1,000 specialized schools for fire mages wouldn't be enough. Joffrey sighed. Chapter 1109. Demon Hunter World, Sintra of the Northern Kingdoms. It was a stone palace the size of a basketball court. Behind the throne, there were 2 long and narrow skylights. The ancient palace was slightly dark. Even during the day, oil braziers were lit on both sides of the walls. From a gate to the throne, there were 4 or 5 thick white pillars on both sides of the 20-meter-long path. The nobles and ladies of Sintra stood behind the pillars in 2s and 3s, pointing at the woman in the red robe as she walked in. Is she the otherworld emissary? She's beautiful. Look, the ruby on her neck is shining. She must be a powerful warlock. I heard that she has been to almost all the northern kingdoms since Coville. The red-robed woman ignored the whispers of the people around her. She walked straight to the throne and performed a mage's salute according to the customs of this world. Honorable Queen Calanthe, I am Melisandre of the Northern Ice Kingdom of the 7 Gods' great world, Westeros. On behalf of His Majesty the Northern Ice King, I convey peace and respect to the Lioness of Sintra. The woman on the throne had brown hair and blue eyes. She had deep eye sockets and thin lips. Her face was oval-shaped, and her skin was fair but rough. She was beautiful and full of heroic spirit. She was in her early 30s. Her long hair was tied behind her head and held in place by a spiked crown. Calanthe's eyes flashed. She smiled. Melisandre of the Northern Ice Kingdom. There is no queen in Sintra, only a queen. Even the only daughter of the king must marry and let her husband be the king. That's a pity. In our world, you will be a great queen who will be praised by the world. Melisandre smiled. Your world is called the 7 Gods? Is it the 7 Gods, or is it called the 7 Gods? Calanthe asked with interest. Melisandre frowned and said hesitantly, Your Majesty, I thought you would be very sensitive to this name. Why? Calanthe asked curiously. Your ancestors from 100 years ago, didn't they leave any special last words? Ancestors from 100 years ago. Calanthe's expression changed. She said coldly, What are you trying to say? How much of our agreement do you still remember? Melisandre asked. I have no idea what the agreement is, the Lioness of Sintra said coldly. This. Melisandre did not expect to get such an answer. She paused for a moment before saying, Forget it. I'm just a messenger. The main purpose of this trip is to convey the wish of peace and establish friendly diplomatic relations with Cinderella. How can we just let it go? Explain yourself clearly, Calonry said solemnly. Your ancestor. Melisandre hesitated for a moment, but she didn't directly reveal Laura's identity. She had been in this world for almost 2 years and knew that the elves and humans were mortal enemies. Although the elven bloodline possessed a powerful warlock innate talent, it would be despised by other pure-blooded humans, even to the point of hostility. About 120 years ago, your ancestor met a great being in our world and established a good friendship. They agreed to give their most precious skills to each other. The great being fulfilled her promise on the spot, and your ancestor swore a sacred oath after returning to this world. She would fulfill her promise. After 100 years, when the 2 worlds converged, they would meet in person and renew their friendship. When these words were said, the queen, nobles, and guards in the palace were all stunned. My ancestor met the great being in your world before the stars converged? How is that possible? Calonry doubted. Melisandre thought for a moment and said, Your Majesty, you rejected the power in your bloodline and are a pure warrior. However, your mother, Princess Adalia of Mapori, was honored by the world as the Sun Princess. She had the power to control light and fire and was very difficult to kill. The wounds inflicted on her by mortal swords could be seen healing with the naked eye. You know a lot, but what does this mean? Calonry frowned. Your mother's power came from that great being, Melisandre said. Oh, So by my ancestor, you mean my mother's ancestor, and not the Cinder family's ancestor? Yes. Callenry was silent. After a while, she hesitated and said, so, my ancestor did leave some vague last words. My mother once told me that one day, a god would come to find me, or my descendants. A god? The nobles behind the pillars were shocked. Aunt May let out a sigh of relief and said with a smile, that's right, that great being is a god, and the king of gods. The king of gods? Callenry was shocked. You can think of her as a super warlock who controls the eternal fire, Melisandre said. In this world, there was a religion of the eternal fire that believed in fire. Its doctrine was roughly the same as the Red God Church in the Song of Ice and Fire world, but the scale was a little smaller. The eternal fire was another name for the first flame. Callenry's expression was solemn. What does the king of gods want? If possible, she hopes that you, or your descendants, can come to our world in person. She wants to talk to you face to face. If you find it inconvenient, she is also willing to arrange for her descendants to come to Sindra and talk to you face to face. Callenry thought for a moment and said, Madame Melisandre, I received news from other kings long ago that you came from the north of the Megalosaurus Mountains and have been to almost all the kingdoms in the north. Well, you may be used to the collisions of stars and the convergence of worlds, but we just came down from the upper universe and saw another world for the first time. There are many scholars, mages, and nobles in our world who are curious about this world. They hope to come to your northern countries to experience the culture and customs of the other world after the convergence really happens. So, I set off in advance as the ambassador of Westeros to establish friendly diplomatic relations with the northern countries. I hope that the respected kings can protect the safety of the tour group. Of course, the friendly diplomatic relations established are mutual. If nobles, civilians, scholars, and mages are interested in our world, as long as they get a visa from their country's king, they can also travel to the Westeros. The Arctic king swears to ensure that their legal rights and interests will not be harmed. There were dozens of countries in the north, and each country was about the size of a count's territory in the Westeros. Sindra was at the southernmost point of the northern countries. Therefore, Callenry had heard Aunt May's words from the other kings. Madame Melisandre, you know my situation here. The Cinder royal family only has me and my daughter left. I can't leave my own kingdom, and my daughter is too young, only 13 years old. The other world is thousands of miles away, too far. I don't feel at ease, Callenry said. Melisandre understood the meaning of the song and immediately nodded. I understand. Targaryen will arrange for the direct descendants of the royal family to meet you in about 2 or 3 years. After that, the Queen of Sindra summoned her attendants and announced a grand welcome banquet for Melisandre. At the banquet, the Lioness of Sindra asked a lot of questions about the great world of the seven gods. Melisandre had lived for hundreds of years, and naturally, she could handle it easily. After 3 rounds of wine, the hawk-nosed middle-aged man, sitting to the right of the queen, put down his fork and said solemnly, Madame Melisandre, the convergence of the stars is often accompanied by large-scale migration of races. In order for the new races to survive, they have to fight for fertile land. Thus, were follows. How can you convince the other kings of the northern countries that your world is not hostile to us? As soon as he said this, the cheerful atmosphere in the hall instantly disappeared. The nobles and ladies stared at the red-robed woman opposite the queen without blinking. Aunt May smiled and said, Prince Easter, we have a strong military force and vast unused land. We don't have to worry about foreign invasions, and we also have the ability to settle high-quality refugees. The hawk-nosed man was the younger brother of the king of the neighboring islands of Sindra. He seemed to be pursuing the widowed Queen Calanthe. Or perhaps the two had been lovers for a long time. Prince Easter frowned. You mean you won't migrate to our world? Your Highness, please forgive me for being blunt. Your world is far less fertile than ours, and more importantly, it is not as safe as ours. You asked me how to convince the other kings. In fact, it's very simple. The North has the Warlock Brotherhood, and each kingdom is assigned a powerful warlock to assist the king. As long as the king asks their warlock consultant, he will get the same answer: the great world of the seven gods has just descended from the upper universe and is full of powerful firepower. At this point, Melisandre was puzzled. Is there no warlock in Syndra? He didn't come, the queen said. You can ask him, and he will tell you what I mean, Aunt May said. What's so hard to understand? You said that you are a city dweller, and you will never be neighbors with us country people, the little princess on the right of the queen said. Princess Pavetta, you're very smart. However, I mean no harm. Every world has its own characteristics and destiny. Your world also has its advantages, the powerful chaos force that can be seen everywhere, the vast land, and rich and diverse resources. Even the king of gods is envious. The red-robed woman smiled. Really? The little princess was delighted. The convergence will last for decades. You have enough time to understand the similarities and differences between the two worlds, Aunt May said. Calanthe said, a year ago, our world shook slightly. That means that the two worlds are converging, right? The seven gods are merciful. They have predicted the time and place of the collision decades ago. They deliberately spent a huge amount of divine power to change the angle of the collision so that it will happen in the north of the Megalosaurus Mountains where there are few people. This will reduce the damage to your world as much as possible. Calanthe's eyes flashed. She probed. I heard that the warlocks have also predicted the time and place of the collision. The news spread that many mercenary groups have tried to enter your world. How are they doing now? Those with evil intentions will be lost in the ice and snow wilderness forever. Adventurers who only want to explore will safely reach the Northern Ice Kingdom. The virtuous will even be rewarded. Some will stay in the Northern Ice Kingdom or continue to travel to the south. Some will return to the Kingdom of Coville in the north. In fact, I can safely travel to the northern countries thanks to the protection of the demon hunters in your world. The Butcher of Braviken, a count said in a low voice. Aunt May nodded with a smile. It's Geralt of Livia. He is a brave and righteous knight. He perfectly passed the trial of the 7 layers of purgatory. He even passed the 12 zodiac temples and received the blessings of the 7 gods. He received the most honorable reception in the Northern Ice Kingdom. In return, he will protect me and complete my mission to the other countries. Righteous and brave? In the palace, the nobles looked at each other. Can you tell us about the 7 layers of purgatory and the 12 zodiac temples? Queen Calanthe asked. The 7 layers of purgatory are 7 barriers. Those who forcefully enter our world without being invited will have to go through 7 tests of character. Only those who pass will be able to enter the material world. Those who perform well will have the chance to receive the favor of heaven, which is the 12 zodiac temples. The 12 temples, the 12 temple masters, each guarding a checkpoint. According to the performance in the 12 zodiac temples, the 7 gods will give different levels of rewards. Chapter 11:10. 20 years after the sun rose, the world of the Song of Ice and Fire shook violently. Like a meteor that had left its fixed orbit, it smashed into the dimension that Dany named the Bottom Universe. Boom, 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 boom. On that day, countless undead and devils in the 7 levels of hell heard 4 crisp sound from the dark red sky, filled with the smell of sulfur. Hiss! The Megalosaurus roared with all its might, but its voice gradually faded away. The 4 Megalosaurus stayed in the 4 universes and did not follow the world of the Song of Ice and Fire into the Bottom Universe. They were also the hope of the future world's upgrade. After entering the Bottom Universe, Dany's connection with Little Fog strengthened. Only then did she find that the elf girl Laura, who used to talk to her, had passed away. In the next 80 years, the world of the Song of Ice and Fire was like Halley's comet flying from afar. It seemed slow, but it was approaching the Demon Hunter world very quickly. To Dany's surprise, the Demon Hunter world was larger than she had imagined. It was like a Gundam piled up by countless abandoned cars. In the past tens of thousands of years, countless worlds had collided with it. Then, it was like a mouthful of thick phlegm falling on a moldy sesame seed cake. The sesame seed cake was expanding in volume. Danny was sure that the world of the Song of Ice and Fire would be like a bullet, not a thick phlegm. But she was also worried that the bullet would not be able to penetrate the sesame seed cake. Or, if the bullet hit a human bone, the bone would shatter and the bullet would be deformed. So, as Aunt May said, she began to adjust the collision angle. Danny even split a thought and mentally projected it into the Demon Hunter world. Well, as early as 50 years ago, she had been to the Demon Hunter world. However, she did not go to the material world. Instead, she wandered around the astral world of the Demon Hunter world. She had two purposes: to observe the strength of the Demon Hunter world and determine the best collision point. The power of the Demon Hunter world belonged to the middle class. The number and quality of ordinary extraordinaires were far greater than the world of the Song of Ice and Fire. This world also had gods. Danny even found some half-step true gods lying on the ground, like Danny and the sheep egg, who had comprehended the complete Song of Laws. But because of the fall of the world, they could not reach the level of a 3-story true god. If there was no hidden big boss, all the gods together would not be her opponent. Not to mention her now, even the Lalo 20 years before the Long Night could be the boss of this world. Well, at that time, Lalo was the boss of the Song of Ice and Fire. Determine the best point of collision, reduce casualties, and minimize the losses of both worlds as much as possible. Danny chose the location of the collision to be in the north of the Dragon Mountains. Two worlds of the two worlds where the two worlds were colliding. The two worlds were worlds, and the two worlds were worlds of the world. Of the world. The two of the two worlds, the contact, the of the world of the world. The world of the world worlds, when a world of the world Earth. The process of the celestial convergence would last for more than a decade, or even decades. Danny had predicted the time and place of the collision in advance, and the Demon Hunters, a world of magic and martial arts, had foreseen the arrival of the celestial convergence 100 years ago. With the observation and mapping of the stars, the warlocks had long calculated the location and time of the collision. Just 2 years ago, the two worlds trembled slightly. The mercenaries, inspection teams, warlocks, demon hunters, wandering elves, and so on, who had been waiting in the Megalosaurus Mountains, swarmed into the North Pole of the Song of Ice and Fire world. At that time, Asha had not been resurrected. 2 years ago, in the wilderness 500 kilometers away from the northern border of Colville, the undulating hills were like yellow waves, and the yellow weeds that reached the knees had been trampled into the mud by thousands of wanderers. The mushroom-like tents spread for several kilometers. Bonfires, barbecued meat, strong alcohol, noise, the smell of leather, horse dung, and urine, all combined to form a complete picture of a mercenary camp. Boom! Suddenly, a series of thunder boomed in the north. Then, a dark, icy fog came from the north, gradually blocking the afterglow of the sun, accompanied by a wave of cold. "Ah, the ground is covered in frost," someone shouted. Geralt frowned and looked around. The weeds on the ground were covered in a thin layer of white crystal. "That's a cold world," he said. The black-haired female warlock shook her head and said, "That's a world full of light and fire." "There's only white frost in front of me," Geralt said. The celestial convergence. Celestial convergence. The landing point of the other world has appeared, someone shouted. Then, countless people rushed in the direction of the ice. "Pack up, get ready to enter the new world," the black-haired female warlock said. Thousands of explorers walked north for another 80 kilometers before they arrived at a world covered in ice and snow. "Let's go back. It's all ice and snow here, no gold or gems." The demon hunters were not afraid of the cold, but Geralt had a bad feeling. "Do you think I'm like those adventurers, coming to the new world to look for wealth?" The black-haired female warlock sneered. "Ah, there's a stone tablet here, written in the ancient language of the elves. Lord Yennev, can you translate it for us?" The bearded mercenary leader waved his hand and called out. When the black-haired female warlock walked over, the 2-meter-tall stone tablet was already surrounded by explorers. She even found 7 or 8 of her colleagues from the Warlock Council. Visitors from the other world, the territory of the Northern Ice Kingdom lies ahead. Please do not continue. Half a year later, the world rift caused by the collision will be closed. We will arrange for the officers of the Immigration Bureau to check the qualifications of the visitors. A warlock read out loud. It's a very standard elven language. Are there elves living in the other world? Yaniv asked in surprise. Count Anton, should we continue? The mercenary leader looked at the armored knight in the team. The middle-aged knight was a noble count from the kingdom of Aden and was also the employer of this 20-man team. We need to get first-hand information about the other world for the kingdom. If the countries near the Megalosaurus Mountains take a huge amount of wealth and resources from the New World, Aden in the middle of the north will be very passive. Although Count Anton said this, he still looked at Yaniv with a questioning gaze. She used to be Aiden's great guardian wizard. Yaniv stretched out her right hand and opened her palm. Buzz, buzz, buzz. The space above his palm was like a transparent pot of boiling water, rippling and undulating. The laws of the New World are different from ours, but my witchcraft is still working. Yaniv had a quarter of elven blood. Although she was infinitely far away from the ancient blood that could open the world door, she had awakened the talent of opening the portal. Also, the snow here is not magic, but natural seasonal snow. As long as we are prepared for the cold, it won't affect us much. We'll retreat if there's danger, Count Anton decided. Many people had the same idea as him. In other words, most people turned a deaf ear to the stone tablet's warning. If they were afraid of danger, they wouldn't have become explorers. In the next half a month, more than 20,000 people entered the northern snowfield one after another. Unlike the caution of the residents of the Song of Ice and Fire world, this world and the races of this world had experienced too many celestial convergences. They had long been used to exploring or migrating to the New World. Well, yes, although they didn't know the specific situation of the New World, many races had decided to leave the world of demon hunters. Just 500 years ago, the masters of this world were still elves. Since 700 years ago, humans migrated from across the sea and fought with elves for hundreds of years. In the end, humans, who had a stronger reproductive ability, won. The civilizations of elves, halflings, goblins, dwarves, and other humanoid races were destroyed by humans. The remaining minorities in human society were refugees or low-class citizens. They would be happy to go to the New World and start a new life. After entering the snowfield, the sky in the south was obviously brighter, and they could vaguely see the shadow of the sun. So, everyone moved in the same direction. But in less than half a day, Geralt found a very scary thing. As long as the people around him left his sight, he would never see them again. At first, when he told Yennefer about this discovery, the sorcerer scoffed. I can swear on my honor as a member of the Supreme Council that there is no trace of witchcraft within a few kilometers. To be more direct, there has never been a fluctuation of the force nearby. Half an hour later, she lost track of Geralt. When night came, they set up their tents in the snowfield. The Count arranged for Geralt to go around and see if there were any beasts that could threaten them. But Geralt never came back. 7 or 8 people left one after another. Like throwing meat buns at a dog, they never came back. At that moment, extreme fear gripped the heart of the sorceress of Ving Castle. They had met a super expert. Fortunately, they met the natives of this world the next day. Like Yennefer, the lost demon hunters also found a warm and prosperous town that night. There were about 100 families in the town. 2 or 3-story buildings were built on both sides of the crossroads, and in the center was a small castle with a wall. The houses here were very unique. Whether it was wooden houses or brick houses, half of them were buried in the ground, and the other half was exposed outside. It was late, and there was no one on the cobblestone road. Warm light shone through the windows a foot above the ground. In the shadows, one could hear the voices of people and see the shadows of people walking. Geralt knew the way and easily found the noisiest tavern. The taverns in every world were the same, dirty noisy, dark, and full of the stench of sweat and rotten feet. Of course, there was also the sweetness of the ale, the burnt smell of barbecued meat, and the skin of bones smeared with low-quality makeup. Traveler, this is L'Enroi town. Where are you from? Look at your outfit. It's very strange. The fat bartender behind the counter spoke in an unfamiliar language that Gerald could not understand. But he was not worried. He walked forward and put his hand on the bartender's right arm that was wiping a horn cup. Hello, I'm from another world. I'm a demon hunter, Gerald of Livia. His mental wave reached his mind. The fat, red-haired bartender was stunned. He glanced strangely at the sword behind the demon hunter. You're a respected mage? Gerald still could not understand what he was saying, but he received accurate information from the bartender's mind. A demon hunter who knows a little about magic. Gerald explained the convergence of the stars and his situation in a simple manner. So you're a guest from another world. The bartender was shocked. I have to report to the mayor immediately. There are too many explorers from another world coming in. Our vault is in danger. Vault? Gerald frowned. We're not robbers. We won't rob your town. But this is L'Enroi town. There's an open-air gold mine, half a mile away. There's too much gold in the vault. Money moves people. The bartender said anxiously. This. Gerald sighed helplessly. Your worries are not without reason. Quickly inform the mayor. Gerald, you're a good ranger. I, Tormund, the giant's nemesis, am definitely going to befriend you. The fat bartender patted the silver-haired demon hunter's shoulder and laughed. At this moment, Gerald felt a sense of pride from him that did not belong to a bartender. Chapter 11:11. Gerald slept in Tormund's tavern for the night. As he wasn't sure when Yennefer would find him, he reluctantly rejected the red saintess who threw herself at him. Early the next morning, as soon as the demon hunters woke up, a butler came to the stone castle in the middle of the town. Lord Gerald, Mayor Elisa invites you for breakfast, the butler said. It must be about the otherworldly visitors, Tormund said as he shook Gerald's hand. Gerald nodded and carried his great sword on his back as he got into the butler's carriage. The town came to life in the early morning mist. The residents opened their doors and started their day's work. Gerald observed carefully and was surprised to find that there were no humanoids here. In the demon hunter world, as long as there was a mine, regardless of whether it was gold or iron, the dwarves would always gather. There are no dwarves in our world, but not all of them are humans. Are there giants in your world? The mayor, Elisa Thorne, was an old man with white hair but a strong body and sharp eyes. The mayor's daughter, Cersei Thorne, attracted Gerald's attention even more. Her figure was slim, but she did not lack breadth of mind. Her skin was as fair as milk, and her soft golden hair brightened up the dim hall. Her green eyes were like spring springs, and she was shy and delicate like a newborn lamb that had lost its way on a grassy slope in spring. However, her beautiful face had a natural charm that made men unable to resist. This girl could become the queen of any kingdom. Gerald praised her in his heart. There are not only giants in our world, but also elves and dwarves, he said. During the meal, they discussed the customs of their respective worlds. After breakfast, Mayor Elisa said solemnly, there are only 100 strong men in the town. It's not enough to protect our wealth. Therefore, I've decided to move the gold from the vault to Winterfell, which is further south. However, I'm worried that the team escorting the gold will encounter otherworldly explorers. I know Tormund's evaluation of you. You're a brave and righteous knight. I'm willing to believe him. I hope you can accept my employment and protect the gold of my daughter as they leave L'Enroi town. Mayor, I'm honored to be recognized by you, but I didn't come to your world alone. In fact, I was just about to ask you to help me determine the location of my companions, Gerald said. Alicia stroked his long beard and said thoughtfully, I have a rough understanding of your situation. Ordinary people might not know anything about the collision of worlds, but I am a noble, and I have my own sources of information. A long time ago, the Northern Ice Kingdom sent us a message warning us not to head north. It's best if we don't leave the town's territory, because when the celestial bodies converge, many spatial cracks will appear at the point of convergence. It is possible to travel hundreds of miles with a single step. So that's how it is. There was indeed a warning about the world chasm on the stone stele, but we didn't listen to it, Gerald said thoughtfully. You should understand that I'm unable to determine the location of your companions. I can only promise you that if your companions come to Lanrua town, I'll welcome them warmly and arrange a guide to Winterfell. Anyway, if you want to explore our world, you will eventually reach the Northern Ice Nation. Gerald glanced at Cersei, who had a pleading look on her face. He sighed and accepted the escort mission. At noon, the team escorting the gold left Lanrua town on the Snow Horse's sleigh. Besides Gerald and Cersei, there were 10 strong men and a maid. There were 3 big chests, which weighed 250 pounds of gold. Gerald was moved. The next week's journey was indeed thrilling. They encountered ferocious beasts and bandits. Even explorers from the world of demon hunters had encountered a few waves of them. In the beginning, Gerald could use his identity as a demon hunter to keep the explorers at a distance. However, once they saw Cersei or guessed that there was gold in the chests, a massacre would ensue. After 7 days, Gerald was the only one left in the escort team. However, the demon hunter still completed his mission meticulously. He handed the gold and Cersei over to the Winterfell dungeon lord. You're a righteous person. Cersei licked her red lips regretfully. Gerald was pleased with himself, but he also felt regretful. He thought that Cersei was regretting that she couldn't spend a night with him, who was righteous, handsome, brave, and powerful. During that period, they did have some ambiguous moments. Many times, when he saw her flirtatious behavior, his dick was so hard that his leather pants couldn't contain it. As long as she showed any signs of invitation, he would pounce on her. But although she was seductive and showed her admiration and respect for him, her behavior was ladylike. She even hinted to him that she was engaged to Winterfell's young Master Robert, but she wanted to go to the other world to have a look. Gerald understood that the girl wanted to elope with him, but he also knew his own situation. A demon hunter couldn't make any promises to Cersei. He didn't even belong to this world. Moreover, he and Yennefer, before he left, he asked for a kiss on her forehead. Then he took the money pouch and left. What a pity. Such a strong soul. Why did he have to be a gentleman? Cersei swallowed her saliva. At this time, her pure green eyes were dyed a charming purple, and her pink lips seemed to have been smeared with blood. It was a seductive red, and her sun-like golden hair was purplish black. There was also a pair of curved demon horns on her full white forehead. Forget it. The wild boar is gone, but there's still the deer. Palm, Cersei exploded into a cloud of purple-red smoke and disappeared at the entrance of Winterfell. The nearby guards were like clay puppets. They didn't move at all. Unknowingly, Gerald left the 7 hells. After everyone crossed the boundary marker, they entered the 7 hells, and all they saw were undead. After leaving Winterfell and walking south for half a day, the demon hunters came across an impregnable pass that stretched across a canyon. Gerald, fight with me. No matter if you win or lose, you can leave. There is only a warrior in golden armor on the 30-meter-high wall. Why we have to fight? Gerald looked around and asked curiously. I want to see the other world's top swordsmanship. We'll only use swordsmanship. Only duels. No life and death, the warrior said. Does every explorer who comes here have to spar with you? Gerald drew his 2-handed sword from his back. He also wanted to see the swordsmanship of this world. Not every explorer can see the 12 zodiacs. Yes, I'm Richard Hope. Richard was defeated. His opponent's strength and reflexes were better than his, and his swordsmanship was concise and experienced. It was a true killing technique. Gerald, this is your fortuitous encounter. Continue on your path. The 7 gods are watching you. May the Holy Mother bless you. Richard didn't answer Gerald's questions. He only personally sent him out of the pass and left a meaningful blessing. After that, Gerald came across another 11 checkpoints. Only 6 towers had owners. Their swordsmanship was better than the other. Geralt only won 3 rounds, and the other 3 were terrible defeats. Especially at the second-last checkpoint, the one-armed Jaime Lannister in the Golden Lion armor. Geralt had the urge to give up on the sword and go home to farm. It was too much of a blow. His opponent only faced the setting sun and stood on the tower with his back facing him. He couldn't even hold his sword. In the end, the Golden Lion's strange aura disappeared, and they still fought. It was very awkward. Geralt felt that his opponent was like an old instructor practicing swordsmanship with a child who was learning swordsmanship for the first time. In the future, you can try to forget the swordsmanship, or even the precious combat skills you learned from countless life and death battles, the Golden Lion said. Using the sword instinctively? Geralt frowned. No, using your heart to hold the sword, and using your will to fight. I don't understand. Geralt didn't snort, nor did he think that his opponent was fooling him. It was just that his swordsmanship was too strong. Let me ask you, how much weight can you carry? 1 ton shouldn't be a problem. The inhuman demon hunter gave him an inhuman number. What about your reflexes? How many stabs can you make in the blink of an eye? The demon hunter thought for a moment. Not more than 10 stabs. Let me ask you again. If an enemy uses 2 tons of strength and stabs you 20 times in the blink of an eye, crushing you, will you kneel down and kowtow to him out of fear? Of course not. No one can make me feel fear. I will kneel to show my respect, but I will never cowardly kowtow to my opponent, Geralt said firmly. Then, do you understand? Sai, what do you want to say? Just say it to me. I really can't understand the way you otherworlders think, the white-haired demon hunter said helplessly. Jaime was embarrassed. He recalled himself in the past. This conversation had appeared between him and the Dragon Queen. It seemed that he wanted her to say it directly. The world thought that he broke through to become a demigod with the Divine Comedy. This wasn't wrong, but it was also very wrong. The essence of the Divine Comedy was a poem written by Aemon Targaryen about heaven, hell, and the mortal world. Of course, the Divine Comedy could help Jaime increase his knowledge and accumulate experience. However, the old Aemon himself had to go through the back door to become a saint. How could he write a secret manual that could let others become gods directly? The Divine Comedy was like a phone that stored the phone numbers of all the big shots in the world. If he dialed hell 7th floor Cersei, he could communicate with Cersei, who was being tortured in hell, face to face, kill her inner demons, and start a new life. If he dialed Heaven's 7 Gods Warrior, he could connect to the God of Swords, Dany, and ask for advice on swordsmanship. Human strength is limited, and so is the speed of movement. In theory, transcendence is also close to the peak of physical techniques. With limited speed, strength, and technique, there is naturally a limit to swordsmanship when wielding the iron sword in one's hand. This limit is the boundary between mortals and gods. The mind can be infinitely wide and encompass the world. The mind can be infinitely fast and reach the boundary of the universe in an instant. The will of man is infinitely strong and powerful, able to withstand all the suffering and pain in the world. Thus, by wielding the sword in one's hand with one's mind and will, one's swordsmanship has broken through the limit. It makes sense and is thought-provoking. I have a deep understanding of it, but Geralt sighed. I don't know what to do. Didn't I teach you before? Geralt was stunned and muttered, "Forget the moves and experience. Hold the sword with your heart and swing it with your will." Yes. Why do you want to teach me swordsmanship? Geralt was puzzled. The intersection of planets is dangerous, but also an opportunity. For mortals, we can exchange battle techniques. For higher-level beings, they can exchange laws. The so-called exchange is to take out something precious and exchange it for something of equal value. I don't have anything precious to give you. Geralt frowned. It's not you, it's your world. The will of your world has already opened the door to the great beings of our world. If you still don't understand, you can continue south. In the city of Everwinter, someone will explain it to you in more detail. Chapter 11:12. What was the most valuable thing in the other world? In the Demon Hunter world, the most valuable thing was, of course, the ancient blood that opened the world gate. Almost every world had its own unique talent, but not every talent was useful to Dani. Most of the time, she couldn't even find the unique talent of the other world. So, compared to the talent of luck, the Song of Law of the other world was more practical. No matter how badly the world was damaged, as long as it was not completely dead, there would be a world will. The only difference was that the will was strong and weak, some were mechanical and dull, and some were flexible and intelligent. The will of the Song of Ice and Fire world was very strong, and its brain was barely at the average level among its peers. It could make corresponding changes to the state of the world. For example, the birth of each generation's savior. After wandering around the Demon Hunter world's astral world, Dani found that the other worlds was very weak and dull. They didn't have much of a reaction against outsiders. Dani could also guess the reason. The Demon Hunter world had experienced too many planet conversions, and the will of the world had been invaded many times. All. Just like a 20-year sex worker who came home at night and met a knife-wielding rapist, its reaction would not be as strong as an ordinary person's. Even so, she decided to make a fair deal with the other party. She arranged for someone to go to the Demon Hunter world to comprehend the Song of Law, and she also opened the Sea of Law of the Song of Ice and Fire world to someone with destiny in the Demon Hunter world. Well, Dani decided to do it herself. It would be best if she could sing the complete Song of Fire of the Demon Hunter world, or even more songs of law. To be more fair, she even arranged for a teacher to teach the chosen person personally. The reason why she was so serious in the face of a retarded will of the world was that Dani was sure that after she obtained the ancient blood of the ancient elves and started traveling through time, she would inevitably encounter countless other worlds. She needed to figure out a reasonable and legal method of traveling through time. Dani didn't want to see the dishes and take by force. Apart from the fact that she wasn't completely evil, she also had scruples about walking by the river often. One's shoes will get wet. If she saw a world with a weak will, she would rely on stealing, cheating. One day, she would encounter a world that seemed weak but hit a big boss. Not every white-haired old comrade was a protector of the country. Even Sweeping Monk and Zhang Sanfeng were old and appeared to be senile. Wasn't she a typical example? Compared to the will of the Song of Ice and Fire, she herself was terrifyingly powerful. Therefore, it was better to have some martial virtues when doing things. After Geralt left the 11th trial, he had been thinking about this sword god realm in his heart. In just half a day, he had passed the last trial. He could also tell that the strength of the palace masters guarding the 12 ecliptic palaces was stronger than the previous one. He was expecting to meet a swordsman who was stronger than Jaime the Golden Lion in the 12th palace, but unfortunately, the palace was empty. This palace is waiting for a stronger palace master. Who would be stronger than Jaime Lannister? Before leaving, the Demon Hunter let out a long sigh. The 12 ecliptic palaces were built in the canyon. Leaving the 12 ecliptic palaces meant leaving the continuous mountain range. Geralt's field of vision suddenly widened. He could even see a sparkling ice city under the sun at the foot of a mountain in the distance. Everwinter. Geralt cheered himself up and quickened his pace. Everwinter was not too big. It was only a square 2 kilometers in length. The east of the city was a tall mountain, guarding the plains at the foot of the mountain. Some of the buildings extended up the slope. There were only 3 walls, and half of the buildings inside were underground. After staying in Goldshire Town for a night, the Demon Hunters already knew the beauty of such underground houses. They were warm and did not lack light like basements. The Demon Hunters' first impression of Everwinter was that it was very clean. There was almost no human or animal feces on the stone path and beside the houses. Other than the cleanliness, the Demon Hunters were also attracted by the viaducts and canals built along the road. It was as if the river water was diverted from the snowy mountains and then flowed through the canals to thousands of homes. I learned this from the people of Bravos. A woman in a red robe with red eyes and long copper hair walked over. Like Yennefer, She wore a large gemstone around her neck. However, Yennefer's amulet was a star-shaped obsidian, while the woman's was a ruby that shone with a strange red light. "You can speak the common language of our world?" Geralt asked curiously. "It's very simple and easy to learn. I'm Melisandre, the mage consultant of the Northern Frost Palace. Come with me. Your friend is already here." Geralt was from another world, so he did not think much of Aunt May's self-introduction. He only nodded and followed her to the castle on the hillside in the east of the city. "Who's my friend?" he asked curiously as he looked at the scenery and the people around him. "Yennefer from Ving Castle." "Ah, she's already in Everwinter? Why didn't I see her in the 12 Zodiac Temples?" "The 12 Zodiac Temples are your reward," the woman in the red robe said with a smile. "How do I cross the canyon without going to the 12 Zodiac Temples?" "I'll show you when you return. You want to leave with me?" Geralt was shocked. "Yes, I hope you can be my guide and help me complete my mission." Later, Geralt met the Lord of Neverwinter, Jon Targaryen, who had a snow-white beard. He looked old, but his cheeks were rosy and his muscles were strong. He looked like a middle-aged man. Jon answered many of his questions, such as why he wanted to teach him swordsmanship. They also talked about the customs of their respective worlds. On the same day, he met Yennefer. The black-haired sorceress was meditating in a clean and warm guest room in the castle. She was very excited when she saw him. "This world is a mage's paradise. There are almost no side effects when using witchcraft. King John said you were also chosen. What did you get?" Geralt asked hesitantly. "Do you know what price our world paid? You were chosen too." Yennefer stopped smiling. She was confused. "But you're not a sorceress. I got the method to become a sword god. A powerful sword master named Jaime also left a sword will in my mind for me to study," Geralt said. "I see. Different professions have different rewards." Yennefer was enlightened. "I got the chance to enter the Sea of Law. All the laws of mana are open to me. Maybe I can learn a song of law and become a demigod." "What's the price? Didn't the North Ice King tell you? The will of our world won't stop the Mother of Dragons from learning the laws of our world." "I don't understand," Geralt said. "It's also the first time I know that a world has its own will. But our world doesn't have a Sea of Law. It's much harder for the Mother of Dragons to learn the laws. Do you think the Otherworlders are stupid and let us take advantage of them?" Geralt frowned. "Do you know the price of becoming a sorceress?" Yennefer put her hand on her belly and said with a gloomy face, "Losing the ability to have children," Yennefer said bitterly. "Apprentices use magic to stimulate the seeds in their hands. When they germinate and bloom, their bodies will wither. Because our world doesn't have a sea of mana, ordinary people can't extract chaos mana. The more universal origin force they use, the more vitality they lose. Sorceresses' ovaries shrink and lose the ability to reproduce. Isn't that the same as paying the price of endless vitality for mana? There's a mana pool in the headquarters of the Sorcerer Supreme Council. Many sorceresses who were in the same batch as me turned into eels and fell into it. They use their bodies as conduits to extract chaos mana from the universe and turn it into gentle mana that can be used by sorcerers. Also, because they don't have a Sea of Law, sorcerers can only work hard to develop the bloodline inherited from ancient times. It's hard for them to listen to the song of law from the depths of the world like the sorcerers of this world." Geralt frowned. "Since our world lacks mana and can't learn the laws, what can the Mother of Dragons get? Our world doesn't lack chaos mana. What it lacks is orderly and gentle mana. Maybe the Mother of Dragons can use the primitive chaos mana at will? I suspect that she has already mastered the Song of Law and wants to test it again in our world. These things don't cause any direct damage to our world. So the powerful beings in this world are all good people." Geralt thought. "Not good people, but they follow the rules. Everyone gets what they want." Geralt nodded and asked, "What about the rest of the team?" The black-haired sorceress turned pale and said in a trembling voice, "They all went to hell." "Hell? Dead? The people who went out to look for you that night all disappeared. We were all so scared and didn't dare to separate. The next day, we didn't find you, but we found a place called Goldshire Town. Hearing that a large number of adventurers had arrived, the mayor entrusted us with 2 tons of gold from the vault and his daughter, Miss Circe, to escort them. What's wrong with you? Gerald's shocked expression made Yennev confused. Is Miss Circe blonde, very delicate and beautiful? The demon hunter asked in a trembling voice. Yennev nodded first, then shook her head vigorously. She's a demon, a devil. What happened? The demon hunter asked curiously. On the way, the mercenaries wanted to steal the gold and the beauty. Count Anton was also lusting after her, but I stopped them all. But when we arrived at Winterfell, the delicate Circe transformed into a succubus with horns on her head and dark purple tattoos on her skin. She said she was the queen of succubi in hell. In front of me, she sucked Count Anton and the others dry. I even saw their souls leaving their bodies in pain as they were sucked into Circe's mouth. This is a test. Geralt suddenly realized. Yes, it is a test. Circe told me that when we crossed the boundary stone, the 7 gods started the 7 trials for us. 7 levels of trials, 7 levels of morality. In Gold's Higher Town, when we were hired by the mayor, we made a sacred oath. If we break the oath, such as attacking the mayor's daughter out of lust, stealing the gold out of greed, or running away from a powerful enemy out of cowardice, it's considered breaking the oath. And those who break the oath will definitely fall to the 7 hells, the black-haired sorceress said with a pale face. Sigh. I said we shouldn't have come. The others had left a warning stele at the entrance, but we ignored it. Geralt sighed. No, I'm glad we didn't listen to the stele's warning. Otherwise, we wouldn't have gotten such a great benefit, Yennev said excitedly. Geralt nodded reluctantly and asked, In a few days, I'll be escorting Melisandre to the other countries. What about you? I'm going to stay here until the end of the planet convergence. This is a rare opportunity. Just as the demon hunter and the red-robed woman hooked up, traveling at public expense and comforting each other's loneliness, Asha came back to life. Chapter 11-13 Imperial University, King's Landing Branch. Dragon Incubation Square in front of the library. White jade was built into a 30 by 50 meter wide square. At the north end of the square was an obsidian sculpture of the Dragon Queen hatching a dragon. Below the sculpture was a waist-deep fountain. At the end of spring and beginning of summer, a faint rainbow hung above the fountain. The square was surrounded by sloping turf. Going up the turf, there was a loquat forest on the left and a sycamore forest on the right. Both sides of the forest faced the square, and there was a row of park chairs overlooking the square. At this moment, at the northeast corner of the square, there were dozens of students in white shirts and black trousers conversing in Draconic. Although they were stumbling, their voices were loud and clear. This was the Draconic corner. Students from other schools often joined in. The silver-haired, purple-eyed Targaryen were the most popular because their pronunciation was always accurate. Their sentences were fluent, and they were full of emotions. These were the basic requirements for casting Draconic magic. In the center of the square, there were senior students chanting spells and practicing elemental magic. There was also a circle of junior students around them. From time to time, the wind would howl and the flames would burn. Then there would be cheers. On the turf, there were students hugging their knees and meditating. There were also people leisurely lying down and enjoying the sun. There were also people reading. Asha sat under a loquat tree on the west side. A handsome young man was holding an exercise book and explaining wildfire magic questions to her. Asha, you have to understand that no matter what the equation is, it is all for the purpose of synthesizing wildfire. After 100 years of development, fire mages have already experimented with hundreds of ways to synthesize wildfire, and every method represents a magical chemical formula. The left side is the reactant. Above the equal sign is the corresponding magic rune, and the right side of the equal sign is the wildfire. Junior Tyloan, I understand what you're saying, but there are only 405 types of main formulas, 214 types of reactants, and 214 types of formulas to synthesize the reactants. Furthermore, There are 214 types of formulas to synthesize the reactants, and within these 214 types of secondary formulas, there are even more detailed reaction formulas. 7 levels of hell. Asha scratched her head irritably. What's even more ridiculous is that every reaction formula has its own unique reaction rune. I can't remember it at all, so it can't be helped. The Wildfire Major in the 14th Department of the Chemistry Department is a 5-year course. Even though you've been here for 2 years, you've only been in contact with the Wildfire Major for half a semester. Take your time. Our Imperial University is lenient and strict. There was once a senior who took 15 years to get his diploma. The black-haired young man said helplessly. In the blink of an eye, Asha had been reborn for 2 years. She gradually became familiar with this new world and began to fall in love with this new world from the bottom of her heart. The world right now was full of vigor, vitality, and hope. Both the nobles and the civilians were brimming with vigor that was rarely seen in ancient times. She even began to agree with some historians' assessment of the Dark Age before the Long Night. Compared to modern times, the era before the Long Night was really dark, barbaric, and ignorant. Sometimes, she even felt ashamed that she was an ancient. However, considering that the Dragon Queen who changed this world was from the same generation as her, she was very proud. Just half a year ago, for the Dragon Queen's 130th birthday, she followed Danny and the others to Slaves Bay. Oh, many places in the Westeros had changed their names. For example, Winterfell had become the Summer Palace. The rustic Bear Island had changed its name to the Western-styled Malborn. Chinting Island was no longer green all year round and had changed its name to Autumn Plains. However, Slaves Bay was still called Slaves Bay so that the people would always remember that it was the Dragon Queen who brought the light of freedom to the old world filled with slaves. Hundreds of Targaryens went, and the nobles and ministers who came to celebrate the Dragon Queen's birthday numbered in the thousands. However, when the Dragon Queen saw her, she said, "Asha is an old friend. Sit beside me." Looking at the envious gazes of her granddaughter-in-law, Dany, and the nearby Targaryens, Asha had never felt so honored before. It was also because of the Dragon Queen's other casual gaze speech that Asha's market value suddenly rose. From the Sea Queen of the Imperial University that no one wanted to marry, she became the matriarch of the family that all the small and medium-sized families fought over. Tyron Greyjoy, who was now explaining the magical chemistry exercises to her, was one of the many backups who pursued her. This Greyjoy came from the River Bay Greyjoy family. As Victarion had a holy oath with the River Bay nobles that lasted for more than 10 years. Even after he died, the noble parliament gave him an earl's territory near the sea. Generously, it was divided from the High Court Tyrell family's territory the mouth of the Mander River, facing the Shield Archipelago. Later, Marjorie was conferred the title of High Court Duchess by Sansa. Because of her identity as Victarion's wife, the land returned to its previous owner. Later on, Marjorie and her descendants died. This land that theoretically belonged to the Greyjoy family was once again separated from the High Court Duchess territory. As Victarion's nephew, Theon naturally inherited the land. Thus, the sea monster family split into two. Robb's second son inherited his granduncle's inheritance. The great-grandson was going to marry his great-grandaunt. What's the point of so many chemical formulas? Can't we just choose the formula for the most stable reactant? Asha threw away her pen and sighed with a pained expression. Of course not. You can't just consider stability. Reaction speed and raw material cost are also very important. For example, the engine power of Joffrey's car, 1 horse is enough. But the Titan of Bravos has a single engine set that can produce close to 10,000 horses. Both produce wildfire, but how can the reaction speed of the two engines be the same? The higher the engine power, the more wildfire it requires to be produced in the shortest time. Asha was stunned. She said, "Can we arrange for more fire mages to increase the speed of the wildfire synthesis?" In theory, it's possible, but it's very dangerous. For a normal wildfire engine, the wildfire is synthesized in the cylinder and burns immediately after synthesis. There's almost no risk. If multiple fire mages work together to synthesize the wildfire outside the cylinder, the wildfire will gather together and flow to the cylinder, burning again. Have you noticed that when the wildfire flows through the pipes, the temperature is very high and it's very easy to explode? So there's so much to learn about the wildfire engine. Asha sighed. To be able to become a professional knowledge, it's not simple. If you look deeper, you'll find that different engine models have different requirements for the driver. The reason why I don't think Joffrey's car can be popularized is because it requires the driver to have very precise magic control. Asha fell silent. Right in front of them on the walkway, there were two white-robed swordsmen, one male and one female, each holding a sword. Their footsteps were nimble as they moved swiftly. Ping, ping, bang, bang, bang. They exchanged blows back and forth. Asha's attention was attracted by the light of the swords. Regis Sediga and Marjorie Hightower from the Knight Academy. Turin said, "They're both level 4 again." Asha said bitterly. A sudden change occurred. When Marjorie leaned to the side to avoid the vertical slash of the sword, she miscalculated the range of her sturdiness. Riga also thought that the other party could avoid this slash, so he couldn't stop in time. The light of the sword flashed, like a master who had been selling coconut milk for 50 years. With just one slash, he chopped off the head of the coconut. So miserable. Asha grimaced. Although the bra is more comfortable, the leather armor can really protect the safety of the female knights. She didn't make a fuss. There were too many injuries in the academy. In just a moment, the students from the Holy Knight Academy and the Priest Academy gathered around and skillfully picked up Marjorie's tits. After cleaning them, they quickly reinstalled them. The crazy Prince Bran has awakened. Big news! The crazy Prince Bran, who has been sleeping for 20 years, has awakened. Right in front of Hibiscus Restaurant, the crazy prince has gone crazy again. Just as Marjorie covered her chest and ran away, a blonde girl with freckles stood at the entrance of the library and shouted excitedly. "Who is the crazy Prince Bran?" Asha asked doubtfully. Turin thought for a moment and said uncertainly, "It should be the brother of the current king, the crown Prince Bran Targaryen from 20 years ago. But I heard that he died a long time ago. Why is he sleeping now?" Hibiscus Restaurant was a circular 4-story red brick building. It was also the female dormitory. Asha lived in it. She liked the swimming pool in the center of the circular building. She could swim there and also admire various types of beautiful bodies. Look north. At the entrance of Hibiscus Restaurant, a 4-meter-high wooden platform was built. A handsome young man with silver hair and purple eyes pointed to the sky and shouted, "That is another world. The convergence of the stars has already happened." Asha followed and looked towards the northern sky. She could faintly see a part of the arc-shaped planet that covered 1/16 of the sky. The northern sky was dyed a dark green by its reflection. This phenomenon started a year ago and became more obvious and bigger. Asha had already gotten the answer from the Dragon Queen. She was not the only one who knew. Anyone with eyes could see it and get a rough idea of the situation from others. The convergence of the stars was not a secret. 2 years ago, there were people from another world who came to our world. The Northern Ice Kingdom also sent messengers to the other world. Students, that is a world with a brand new civilization and a brand new power system. Even if you can't get any treasures, you can still increase your knowledge and experience by traveling there. You can even gain enlightenment and sublimate your soul, allowing you to break through your bottleneck. Prince Bran shouted loudly. "Prince Bran, do you have qualifications to form a travel group from another world?" Someone asked bluntly. "In fact, I will be engaged to the princess from another world." Prince Bran smiled proudly. "The prince is going crazy again." The crowd burst into laughter. "It's up to you to believe it or not. I only need 10 of the most outstanding companions." Bran was so angry that his face turned red. When they returned to the dormitory that night, Asha told Dany about what happened in the afternoon. She asked curiously, why did someone say that Bran died 20 years ago and is now in a coma? Also, he has been in a coma for 20 years. Why isn't he dead? Do you know about Bran's past? I heard from others that he rode on a horse and killed a commoner on the road. drugged a female classmate with a sword, gathered a bunch of bad friends to have sex in a brothel, set fire to his own roommates. He did almost all kinds of evil. In the end, when he secretly used the remnant pages of the Divine Comedy to summon a demon, he fell into a coma, or was his soul sucked dry by the demon? Asha said, "Do you know about Queen Sansa's mother?" Danny asked, "Madame Stoneheart?" Asha was shocked. Did she get redemption? She was tortured in hell. Her descendants also helped her pay her debts in hell. Queen Sansa once made an oath that she would atone for her mother's sins with her descendants. The old ancestor conditionally agreed to Queen Sansa's oath. Any unfilial son of the Targaryen family would go to hell in their grandmother's place to be tortured until they turned over a new leaf. Only then could their souls return to the sun. So, do you understand Bran's situation? Asha was dumbfounded. The Dragon Queen used hell to teach the family's good-for-nothing children? Danny nodded silently. This is the Targaryen family's secret. Don't tell anyone else. Are there many unconscious, Bran? The Targaryen family's upbringing is not bad. In the past 100 years, they have only produced 3 or 4 unfilial sons. Some are still being tortured in hell. After one woke up, he went to Sky Dragon Temple to become a monk. The effect is that good, Asha said in a daze. Whether the effect is good or not, you can see Bran's actions in the future. By the way, do you want to go to the other world? Can I go? Asha asked in surprise. Chapter 11:14. I am Cersei. Hell was created for me. Before I went to hell, there was no hell in the world. To settle me down, the Holy Mother created hell. I was once the princess of Casterly Rock, the queen of the Westeros, the queen of King's Landing. If not for the devaluation of the Atonement Scroll, perhaps there would be another Archangel Cersei today instead of the great demon King Cersei. Of course, I don't think of myself as a demon. The so-called demon is just a derogatory term for the despairing people of hell. I used to think that the greatest pain in life was not being able to become Prince Rhaegar's wife. I used to think that the greatest pain in life was when Robert drunkenly crawled on top of me, nuzzling me with all his might while calling out Lyanna's slutty name with his smelly mouth. I used to think that the moment Joffrey died in front of me was the moment I experienced the greatest pain in life. I used to think that the greatest pain in life was when Jaime ignored my summons and ran away with that ugly Brittany. I used to think, I can now confirm that the greatest pain in life is the complete despair of not seeing a trace of a future. 9,999,999,999 years. That was the length of my sentence in hell, and also the limit of my sentence in hell. Can the universe exist for so many years? At that moment, my faith almost collapsed. When I died, I came to a picturesque place. It was filled with a heartwarming holy light. Even the air seemed to be a holy milky white. My body was filled with pain and exhaustion. In an instant, all of it turned into black gas and seeped out from my body. It polluted the area within 100 meters. You can see how miserable I was at that time. Sigh. I knew that I was finally free and had come to the legendary heaven. I have believed in the 7 gods since I was young. After experiencing the pain of losing my son and husband, I became even more devoted to the Holy Mother. After being judged by the church and witnessing the miracle of the Holy Mother's descent, my faith became as firm as a rock. From being tortured to death by Yulun to finally seeing heaven, my eyes were filled with tears and my soul was elevated. Oh, I didn't know what happened to me back then. I wasn't like St. Matthew who understood the profound teachings of the 7 gods. I just felt very touched and grateful. The purest feelings for the Holy Mother elevated my soul and made my body shine brightly. The fake crowned Prince Aegon by the side, his eyeballs almost fell to the ground. Well, I found out later that he was the angel of heaven. Are you really Cersei? The fake crowned prince asked like a fool. You're the fake crowned Prince Aegon. I've seen your portrait before, I said. The fake crowned prince seemed to have been shot in the heart. His body was on the verge of collapse, as he said with a face full of disbelief, You actually believe in the Holy Mother so devoutly. Your devotion is even higher than mine. Is there any justice in this world? Furthermore, your soul has actually sublimated into a secondary angel? I didn't quite understand what he was saying, but he doubted my devotion to the Holy Mother. Wasn't that the same as coming to the Red Castle and saying in front of the king that a subject was not loyal to the king? The Holy Mother was watching from above. Unable to bear it any longer, I argued loudly with him. The strange thing was that after I became angry, holy light shone from my body once more. The fake crown prince across from me seemed to be under some invisible pressure. His face paled, and his forehead was instantly covered in sweat. His spine even began to bend. In the end, his knees gave way, and he knelt before me. There's no need for that. It's fine as long as you know your mistake. This isn't the mortal world. There's no need for such formalities. I was shocked. Although the fake crown prince was fake, he had the Dragon Queen as his backer. He could even be a guide in heaven. I was new here, so I couldn't offend him. He started crying. First, he wiped his tears. Then, he started bawling like a pitiful child. As he cried, he howled, "It's true. Your devotion is real. You're a petitioner, devotion 100 to 150. You're even close to becoming a holy disciple. Your soul's sublimation is also real. The holy pressure that a high-level Holy Spirit exerts on a normal holy disciple is real and powerful." I didn't understand what he meant, but I understood that he was jealous of me. I've seen too many similar situations. I knew that I had the confidence to be arrogant in front of him. Thus, my chest was filled with a heroic spirit. Aegon, tell me, what's the current situation in heaven? What kind of status do I have? I glanced at him from the corner of my eyes. The fake crown prince wiped his tears as he brought me up the stairs to Heaven Island. Cersei, when I saw Sparrow, he saw me too. His expression was as if he saw the Holy Mother eating shit. It's me. Congratulations on meeting an old friend. I extended my arms and walked towards him with a big smile. I was prepared to give him a warm hug. Although old Zhang's old face still made me want to vomit. Now that he was the owner of Heaven Island, I had to establish a good relationship with him. Then, I could use his recommendation to get closer to the Holy Mother. After I won the Holy Mother's favor, she would give me a Heaven Island. Yeah, Cersei's heavenly kingdom. By then, I would be able to throw Sparrow away like he was a stinky sock. Ha! As a Tywin with a pair of big boobs, I never lacked schemes and shrewdness. Unfortunately, Sparrow didn't know what was good for him. I smiled as I walked towards him, but his old face twisted like a devil, and he retreated like a snake. He shouted in disbelief. This shouldn't be. This can't be. Cersei can go to heaven? Holy Mother, is your mercy like a flood, overflowing like a disaster? I have sinned, but I have the atonement scroll. I forced a smile. The people around me pointed at me and whispered among themselves, their faces full of disbelief. The smile on my face was no longer as beautiful. The atonement scroll is prepared for those who fight ghosts. Have you killed a deviant ghost before? Or have you seen a corpse ghost? A baby-faced girl pointed at me and scolded loudly. There are 4 kinds of people I hate the most in my life. Secondly, women who are younger and better looking than me and whose temperament is not inferior to mine. Thirdly, people who oppose me. Fourthly, men who are handsome but do not pay attention to me, or men who are wretched but look at me with wretched eyes. What? You said that I missed a type of people? Idiot. Of course, the first type would be the imps and dwarves who looked like imps. What? You said that I misunderstood the prophecy and that the brother who killed me was Jaime, and that I had misunderstood Tyrion. Sorry, I got used to hating him and I couldn't change it. Besides, even if the prophecy was wrong, I had 10,000 reasons to hate imps, and now I had only eliminated one. Even if an ordinary village girl was younger and prettier than me, I wouldn't take her seriously. But if her temperament was better than mine, only those who do not belong to me by birth can possess a temperament that surpasses mine. That's right. That meant that she could threaten my position. I might be open-minded, but I wasn't stupid. This girl with the emblem of the sun-piercing spear on her chest was the little princess of the Martell family. There was an 80% chance that she was the illegitimate daughter of the Red Viper. Of the 4 types of people I hated, she occupied 2 of them. Shut up. I am a secondary angel whose soul has been sublimated. How dare a mere mortal like you speak to me like that? I glared at her angrily as golden light shone from my body. A high-tier aura spread in all directions like a raging wave. First, the baby-faced girl knelt down in fear. Then, the surrounding people were forced to retreat in fear. On the way to Paradise Island, the fake crown prince had already made me understand my current state. Good. Very good. Holy golden light. High-tier aura? The huge sparrow split open. No, no, no. The Holy Mother is unfair. Countless people hugged their heads and wailed. There was a faint black aura surrounding their bodies. It wasn't a big deal for a person to wail. It wasn't a big deal for a person to emit a black aura of resentment. It wasn't a big deal for a person's faith to collapse. But now, thousands of people were hugging their heads and wailing. They were all emitting a black aura of negative emotions that was incompatible with paradise. Paradise was about to turn into hell. Damn it. I already knew that the more outstanding a person was, the easier it was for others to be jealous. But this was paradise, and all of you were the saints of paradise. Shouldn't the saints be virtuous and follow the teachings of the 7 gods? The teachings of the 7 gods clearly stated, tolerate the unintentional mistakes of others and praise the merits of others loudly. The more outstanding a person was, the easier it was for others to be jealous. Could it be that I was so outstanding that even the saints of paradise couldn't help but be jealous of me? Then how outstanding must I be? I was wrong. I didn't know that I was outstanding enough. After all, the fake crown prince had told me that only St. Matthew and I seemed to be the only 2 believers of the 7 gods whose souls had ascended. Big Sparrow's devotion was the highest, and he was close to ascending. The Holy Mother taught us not to be blinded by jealousy. Only by acknowledging the merits of others can we face our own flaws. I tried my best to put on the compassionate attitude of the Holy Mother and taught Big Sparrow earnestly. But Big Sparrow spat out a mouthful of colorful blood and exploded. I thought that he had run away, so I turned around and continued to preach the teachings of the Holy Mother to the others. Paradise Island seemed to have lit up with fireworks and firecrackers. It was beautiful. Why are all of you running away? Humbly seeking guidance is also part of the teachings of the 7 gods. How can you not know this when you can go to paradise? I shouted loudly, and the firecrackers became more and more urgent. Not long after, Big Sparrow returned. Everyone, don't panic. Demon Circe is going to paradise to be judged. She is not a saint of paradise, he said loudly. Kacha kacha, as he said that, a chain appeared out of thin air and flew over to tie me up tightly. I struggled with all my might, but it was useless. But I wasn't too worried. It was a trial after all. I had experienced it too many times. I was used to it. Circe, do you confess to abusing your brother? I knelt in front of Big Sparrow as he drew a circle in the air with his finger. There was a clear picture in the circle, a blonde girl of 7 or 8 years old, pulling an ugly baby's penis with all her might, as if it were a rubber band. I immediately understood. This was a scene that took place in the nursery in Casterly Rock. Perhaps the reason why the dwarf's little brother could grow so long was all thanks to her helping him grow when he was young. Come to think of it, it was disgusting. Why did I touch that ugly thing? He caused my mother to have a difficult birth. I hate him. I shouted. So you confess to it. I admit that I did these things, but I do not confess to them. I was angry. Big Sparrow was being unreasonable. You're being unreasonable. The Big Sparrow shouted in a low voice and wrote something on the parchment with a pen. My face must have turned red from anger. Big Sparrow didn't give me a chance to argue. He continued, you tortured and killed the maid. Another scene played out in front of everyone. The 8 or 9-year-old me threw a teapot filled with boiling water on the maid's head, then made her kneel in the corridor outside the house. One night later, the maid developed a high fever. 3 days later, The maid died of illness. I had punished too many maids in my life. After thinking about it for a long time, I finally remembered what that bitch had done. That bitch took advantage of my youth and spat in the teapot. I hit her and made her kneel. What's wrong with that? You can punish her, but you shouldn't have left her alone in the stables. You shouldn't have allowed the scholars to treat her. I want to establish my authority. Father taught me that. I also want to use you to establish the authority of the Church of the Seven Gods. The Holy Mother taught me that. The Holy Mother wouldn't do that. My devotion is high. My soul has ascended. I was a little scared. The ascension of your soul is a reward for your devotion to the Holy Mother. The Father is just, the Holy Mother is merciful. There are rewards and punishments, and rewards and punishments are clear. Although Big Sparrow kept a straight face, I could see that his eyes were laughing. He was mocking me. I admit that I am guilty, but I have already been judged by the church when I was alive. I have also repented for more than a year. Moreover, I have the atonement scroll. I don't accept it. Repenting is just a process. The church wants you to realize your mistakes from the bottom of your heart and repent completely. But have you realized your mistakes? Have you repented? Big Sparrow said coldly. I quickly said, I have. I have also repented. Just the first two crimes, abusing your brother and killing your servant. You have denied it in every possible way. You even refused to admit your guilt. What have you repented for? Big Sparrow sneered. Ugh. My mind was blank. Arguing with cunning words was never my strong suit. Father had taught us since we were young. Wise words have the same power as a sharp sword. A glib tongue, making a scene, and hurling abuse is like throwing feces at an enemy. Regardless of whether it will hit the enemy, the first step is to dirty your own hands. I have wisdom, but words of wisdom need to be heard by people with wisdom. Big Sparrow was obviously trying to frame me with his glib tongue, and this was his territory. Father, you have done me in. Big Sparrow also saw my predicament. He pretended to be serious, but in fact, he was mocking me. The church's judgment is actually the Holy Mother's grace to sinners. After the judgment, if you have achieved enlightenment while you were alive, even if you don't have any merit points, your past sins will be written off. Without the church's judgment, even if you have achieved enlightenment and repent, your punishment will only be reduced by a small amount. If you still refuse to repent after the judgment, your past sins will be multiplied. You're not me. How do you know that I have not repented? Do you mean that I have defended myself before? What if I have not repented for the first two sins, but I have achieved enlightenment for the rest of my sins? After I said that, I couldn't help but feel a bit proud. Although I am an honest person and not good at arguing, my wit should be better than my father's, right? You can lie to yourself, but you can never lie to the just Heavenly Father. Big Sparrow's eyes shone with a golden light. At that moment, I felt that he had seen through my thoughts. How terrifying. My mind was in a mess. I couldn't refute him anymore, so I just let him continue to list my sins. He seemed to be able to read my life from when I was young to when I died. There were more than 500 sins in total. Cersei Lannister, your sins are monstrous. You should go to hell for 9 billion years. You have enjoyed the church's judgment, but you still refuse to repent. Your punishment will be doubled, but the maximum sentence for a hell prisoner is only 999,999,999 years. Wait, I have the atonement scroll. I have already deducted 50 points of sin from the atonement scroll. Big Sparrow said coldly. How satisfying. Of course, Heavenly Father is just. I was filled with fear, but the bastards nearby cheered loudly. I'm going to hell. On the first level of hell, there are 18 punishment divisions. Every day and night, I go back and forth between the 18 divisions. Tongue-pulling division. Any living person who sowed discord, slandered others, had a glib tongue, argued eloquently, and lied would be sent to the tongue-pulling division after death. The green-faced evil spirits pried open my mouth, clamped my tongue with metal pliers, and slowly pulled it out. 1 foot, 2 feet, 3 feet. The pain was so intense that I couldn't even scream. At first, my tongue could only be pulled out 2 feet long, but after a few decades, 30 meters was no longer the limit. Knife Mountain Division, killing people on purpose, slaughtering animals other than food, they would all be sent to the Knife Mountain Division after death. Two little devils took off all my clothes and climbed up the mountain of swords naked. This time, my mouth wasn't gagged, so I could howl. I howled as I climbed. It was also in the Knife Mountain Division that I met Aunt Xena, that fat woman. It was so badly mutilated by the countless blades that he almost couldn't recognize it. Oh, she was the one who recognized me first. In the Knife Mountain Division, we didn't talk much. We were too busy and didn't have time to talk. After that, we often met. Not only Aunt Xena, but also many familiar nobles and unfamiliar commoners. Seeing them howl miserably, I suddenly didn't feel so painful. Gradually, I learned how to endure torture. I pretended to be an executioner, punishing others. Even so, when I met someone who was particularly miserable, I would laugh. Hearing my laughter, they would show a frightened expression, which made me even happier. Even when I heard from others what happened to Casterly Rock City in the western region, I didn't stop laughing. To be honest, the pain of my old man dying 10,000 times couldn't compare to an hour of hell. Even my old man couldn't shake my heart, let alone others. After all, Jamie was still alive. Later, when I was frying with a group of evil spirits in a pot of oil, I accidentally met Yulin. When I saw that, I couldn't help but laugh. Although I was also in the pot of oil, my stomach was bloated and exploded, and my intestines flowed out. But when I saw Yu Luan's miserable state, I felt like my soul had ascended. Suddenly, there was a frightened cry from the side. Then the half-fried, half-cooked meat was picked up by the giant evil spirit with chopsticks. Circe, someone is visiting. Crispy on the outside and tender on the inside, I couldn't move. Even if I twisted my neck, it would make a crisp sound like someone was tearing a fried chicken. Who is it? Melted flesh stuck to my eyes, fried until they were crispy. I dug with all my strength and finally dug out a white eyeball. Turning the eyeball in the direction of the cry, I vaguely saw a fat woman. I didn't recognize her. Who are you? I shook my crispy body. A fragrant green smoke overflowed from my torn joints. Of course, my tattered stomach also gave off the stench of fried feces. Don't come over, I want to go back, sob, I want to go home. The fat woman waved her hands vigorously and retreated. She even knocked out the eyeball that I passed over to see her face. Just as I was lying on the ground searching for the eyeball that had fallen out, the woman left with a whoosh. It was only a few decades later that I found out from others that the person who came to visit me this time was Jenny from Fairy City. Jenny and Malaya were my childhood friends. Malaya was the daughter of my family's knight, and Jenny was a hostage. Her father even dared to lead Fairy Island to rebel against Casterly Rock City after my father caused the Caslim incident. In the end, my father only sent a poet to Fairy City to sing a song called Caslim's Reign, and Jenny's father knelt down. Speaking of Jenny, I couldn't help but sigh. Fortune favors fools. Back then, Jenny, Malaya, and I went to look for Toad, which concubine. In the end, Fat Jenny was a coward. Once she saw Toad, which concubine's terrifying appearance, she ran out of the forest witch's tent in tears. Because of that, she didn't hear Toad, which concubine's vicious prophecy. Malaya told me that as long as others don't know about it, the prophecy won't come true. I agreed with her in that night. I tricked her into a deserted courtyard and pushed her into a well. She screamed and made a fuss inside, and, in the end, I seem to have helped the witch fulfill her prophecy. Malaya asked the witch, "Will I marry Jamie?" The witch let out a weird laugh. "Your chastity will be taken away by maggots, little girl. Your death will come tonight. Haven't you smelled her scent? She's right beside you." Unfortunately, the next morning, when I brought the guards of Casterly Rock City to look for Toad, which concubine, she disappeared. I thought that if Jenny didn't run away, I wouldn't mind letting her be Malaya's companion. Oh, the Holy Mother is merciful. Goodness. That's not right. Murdering Malaya added tens of millions of years to my sentence. I can't. No, my sentence is already at its limit. It doesn't matter if I kill Jenny, that fat whore. After all, I sigh, 99, 9 billion years. When will it end? The more I thought about Jenny, the angrier I got. Back then, among the three ladies, she had the best life. She even gave birth to more than 10 children, and none of them died. Yet, I only have the pitiful Marcella left. Why? That fellow is fat and cowardly. Why is she so lucky? In the following days, while I was being tortured, I prayed to the Holy Mother. Let fat Jenny accompany me in hell. But before Jenny could come down, my fat aunt was about to leave. Ah, Tyrion, my good nephew, my love for you when you were young was not in vain. You still remembered to give your aunt merits. Whoa, I am finally free. Aunt Xena, who was frozen on the ice mountain with me until her soul shattered, suddenly shone with a golden light. Her pale face also regained its color. She floated into the air and flew towards a place where holy music and holy light could be faintly heard. I immediately understood. My aunt had cleansed herself of her sins and went to heaven. Aunt Xena, save me. Take me with you. I was on the ice mountain where the slut was punished. It was a real heart-wrenching experience. The ice froze my organs and cracked them. Cersei, it is all thanks to Tyrion that I am free. He has great merits, but I don't. Tyrion, at that moment, I swore in my heart, as long as Tyrion is willing to save me, I will sincerely be his brother and sister. Half a year later, not a single bit of merit fell on me. I swore in my heart, as long as Tyrion is willing to help me, I will be willing to repent to him. Another half a year later, I swore in my heart, even if Tyrion asks me to do something outrageous, I will reluctantly agree to it. The prerequisite is that he can save me from hell. Another half a year later, my hatred for Tyrion rose to a whole new level. For 2 years, he did not give me a single bit of merit. It was also at that time that I met the person who changed my fate. Surely Yangxin. Chapter 11:15. Perhaps I had met the noble bastard of the Targaryen family long ago. Only, we did not recognize each other. The tortures of hell were too painful, so painful that I did not pay attention to who was around me. That time in the cauldron, she heard me laugh and said in surprise, "You must be Cersei Lannister. I have heard that you can laugh while being tortured." At first, I did not believe it, because every punishment Dany Liss set up magnifies the pain to the extreme, making one almost powerless and unable to think. Indeed, except for myself, everyone I met was dumb, like a wooden stake that could only howl. You can also think nonsense. I said, "I'm not like you." "Oh no." She quickly changed her words. "We are not like them." "What is the difference?" I was puzzled. "We are all spirits of the gods." "What is a spirit? Do you know St. Matthew? He is an angel." Believers, because of their piety, or because they have an epiphany, have their souls sublimate and become an existence that transcends the mortal world. Realization dawned on me. Yes, my soul seems to have sublimated twice. Although the boiling oil scorched her pretty face, I could still feel her twisted expression of envy. Sublimation is useless. I still have to be tortured. I'm not happy, but depressed. If I had married Rhaegar back then, I would not have sinned. I would have gone to heaven with the atonement scroll, and my status would have long surpassed that of the Great Sparrow. It was useless before, but now hell is materializing. Hell has a physical body, and we, who live in hell, will also materialize so we can cultivate. Although cultivation does not reduce the pain, an increase in strength always represents a kind of hope. She said many things that I did not understand at the time, but from what I could understand, I gradually discovered a terrible truth. There was no 7 gods. The 7 gods were just Dany Liss' 7 coats. No, impossible, you are lying. I did not believe it. I panicked, I shook my head. But later, I had to believe it. Because there were more and more visitors from hell, I gradually met many supernatural undead, and they all knew the secret of the 7 gods. No, I screamed in the fire. Unwillingness, anger, resentment, and other complex emotions stirred to the extreme. My consciousness fell into chaos, and my soul turned to ashes. After that, I heard from others that my faith collapsed and my soul was destroyed. At the time, Shirley Younghart was smiling her scheming smile on the sidelines. She would never admit it when I caught her. I don't know if my soul has been annihilated. I went to a special place, and there I saw a god that was taller than the sky. Sure enough, it was Danny Alice's appearance. She had one head and two faces. The front of her head was enshrouded in holy light and was filled with a peaceful aura. The back of her head was filled with a gloomy aura and was cold and murderous. I stared blankly at the face, surrounded by darkness and death. He spoke, telling me the truth about Danny, Rise, the seven gods, and the truth about heaven and hell. You were once my angel, so I have a responsibility to tell you the truth of your faith before your soul is destroyed, it finally said. I understand. For the sake of my belief in it, let me die with a clear conscience. But after knowing the truth, I didn't want to die. Or rather, the collapse of my faith and the annihilation of my soul were not my intention. Just like a king who died on the battlefield, he didn't want to die in the first place. I don't want to die. I am willing to believe in you, Black Mother Danny Alice. I knelt down and begged. As long as the Black Mother had the power of the Black Mother, it didn't matter if she was Danny Alice or anyone else. I was willing to believe in her. At most, I would separate Danny Alice from Marjorie and Sansa and remove her from the list of women I hated the most. Maybe my sincerity moved it, but it didn't say anything. My body gradually became more solid. It was even better than before. Then go. It waved its hand, and I entered the space between its eyebrows. You actually survived, and your soul has evolved again? After meeting Shirley Younghart on the ice mountain again, she was so shocked that her soul was about to split open. Are you trying to kill me? I pounced on her, grabbed her, and bit her. No, I mean you no harm. I just want to tell you the truth. To show her sincerity, she even taught me a meditation technique. To be honest, I didn't care at first because I also wanted to learn magic from Yulun when I was alive, but I couldn't light a glass candle. Without talent, meditation techniques were useless. But unexpectedly, I successfully built a foundation for meditation in my mind. Shirley Younghart explained, the so-called supernatural talent is essentially the interaction of spiritual power and the force of the universe. In this world, every living being's spiritual power can sense the sea of magic, but some are sensitive and some are slow. Thus, it is possible to distinguish between supernatural and ordinary people. You were originally an ordinary person, but after your soul has evolved twice, you can't be ordinary anymore. With your identity as an angel of the seven gods, it will be easier for you to develop the Black Mother's divine arts, and it will be easier for you to learn other divine arts from me. But you are a sinner, and the Black Mother is stingy with even the most basic sacred healing art. At this point, Shirley became uncertain. You were able to grasp the foundation of the goddess of lust meditation technique so quickly, but it doesn't seem to be easy for you. Instead, you're like a fish in water. Is it your nature? At that time, I knew nothing about the divine arts, so I believed whatever she said. It wasn't until decades later, when I married Lalo, that I gradually understood that sexual compatibility was only one aspect. At that time, the bald donkey Chizong had already raised the land, and the goddess of lust had already been killed by a palm strike from the sky. Shirley certainly sensed the death of her Lord God, but she didn't know that the black-hearted Black Mother had swallowed all of the goddess's songs of law. Those songs of law that didn't conform to the values of the seven gods had been kept by the Black Mother, a believer of hell. Am I not the Black Mother's angel? This seemed to be a pie in the sky for me. At that time, I thought so too, but later, I and the other demon gods of hell realized that the Black Mother was really black, and her heart was black to the core. Sigh. I will talk about this in detail later. After I obtained the enchanting secular meditation technique, my realm improved by leaps and bounds. Slowly, some changes happened to my body. My appearance and body became more perfect, and my skin was whiter and more delicate than when I was 16, and light purple runes gradually appeared. My shoulder blades started to itch, and something seemed to break out from my forehead. At that time, The long night had just ended, and the Impermanence Arya led a large group of leaders to enter hell. They were all heroes who died in the war against the ghosts. Other than the war against the ghosts, their moral integrity wasn't enough to enter heaven, but as heroes, they couldn't go to hell. More and more undead appeared in hell. Thus, they entered hell and became administrators. I even saw the two Cape Black become ghost envoys. The ghost envoys soon noticed my transformation, and they surrounded me as if they were looking at something rare. After that, the scholar ghost envoys even took a notebook and stared at me every day, recording the process of my transformation. I was unhappy, but I couldn't resist. I could only listen to Shirley and focus on my cultivation so that I could transcend one day. Slowly, a pair of purplish black bat wings grew out of my body, and a pair of goat horns grew out of my head. My skin was covered in light purple runes, and my blonde hair turned black, while the color of my eyes deepened. The entire hell was in an uproar. This is a fallen angel. Demon Circe is the first fallen angel. Impermanence Arya pointed at me and announced, "Is becoming the first fallen angel an honor? I don't want honor. I just want to end the pain. Isn't the reason why I worked so hard in my cultivation to transcend? But now, when I was in the frying pan, my body became stronger, and the pain was even worse than before. On the ice mountain, when everyone else's soul was frozen to the point of shattering, and they were almost numb, my body was slowly cracking, and my senses became clearer and sharper. In other words, I obtained the power that I dreamed of when I was alive. However, not only did my punishment in hell not lessen, because my mind became clearer, I became even more terrifying. I was a little depressed, and I didn't even have the motivation to cultivate until I met Yulun again. All right, we met often, but like sardines in a bucket. Even if we were in a small space every day, it was hard for us to meet face to face. From the very beginning, I knew the foundation of the seven hells. We were the first batch of evil spirits to enter it. Do you understand what I mean? Sweetheart. He teased me, but I didn't get angry with him. Previously, I saw him being fucked by dozens of flame demons, and it was 10 times more brutal than what he did to me back then. His cries were also 10 times more miserable than mine. After that, I didn't get angry when I saw him again. On the contrary, I would laugh, mock him loudly, and cheer him on from the side, even though I was also being smashed by dozens of wild boars. This was my punishment for murdering Robert. The sins of the mortal world would be returned to me 10 times, 100 times in hell. Honey, what do you mean? I flapped my wings and swam to the side of the squid that was fried until it was crispy. A beast king will definitely appear in a forest, and a kingdom will definitely have a king. Therefore, hell will definitely give birth to a demon king in the future. We are the first batch of evil spirits, and as long as we don't stop cultivating, we have the highest possibility of becoming a demon king. I want to go to heaven. Although Demon King Circe sounds interesting, hell is too bitter. Yulun hasn't seen heaven and doesn't know the joy of it, but I have experienced the beauty of heaven. Don't joke around. How many years of your sentence? Is it 100 billion? Jamie will save me. He is just a mortal. How many years can he live? How much karma can he earn in his lifetime? Yulun mocked. Maybe Jamie can convince Tyrion. I said uncertainly. Do you believe that yourself? My soul is at the level of a semi-god, which is equivalent to a demon king. Wouldn't I still end up in a pot of oil? I sneered. Sigh, you haven't grasped the correct lifestyle of a great demon king. What lifestyle? I humbly asked for guidance. Yulun smiled and said, look at this big pot of oil. There are millions of people, but most of them are like wooden blocks. All of their minds are used to endure the pain. They can't spare any energy to chat like us. But our pain isn't any less than theirs, I said doubtfully. You were laughing when we first met, weren't you? I was happy to see you suffer. Do you think I don't know what you're thinking? Yulun rolled his eyes at me. It was also that time that I gained inspiration from you. As a demon king, we suffer a lot of pain, but a demon king has extra energy. This way, they can divide their extra primordial spirit and obtain happiness from other aspects. Before I was picked up by the giant's chopsticks, Yulun quickly taught me a little trick of mental projection. It wasn't a high-level technique, but I learned it easily. Soon, I understood Yulun's meaning. Although my main body was still being tortured, my mental projection could pretend that it wasn't. For example, Yulun and I stood beside the pot of oil with a leisurely expression, pointing at the wailing souls in the pot of oil and commenting on them. We could even chat happily with the ghost servants beside us. Didn't I have the demeanor of a demon king? But in reality, my main body was just one of the many crispy little fishes in the pot of oil. The me beside the pot of oil was just an extra thought. The pain didn't lessen, but I did find happiness from other aspects. A poor landlord ate rice and vegetables, but before going out, he had to use pig fat to wipe his mouth until it was glossy. It was the same logic. Thus, in the following days, I flapped my enormous wings every day, whistling through the air above the 18 punishment divisions, laughing heartily. I announced to all the undead, I am the great demon king of hell, Circe. I am the most beautiful succubus in the world. Those undead who were being tortured, those who had just entered hell and were waiting in line to be judged, trembled under my demonic might, their faces filled with fear. Seeing such a beautiful scene, I became more and more excited. The fear and envy of the other evil spirits towards me was the source of my happiness. When even the ghost servants of hell started to envy my freedom and might, I reached my climax. In endless happiness, my soul ascended for the third time. My wings became wider, and the horns on my head became longer and more twisted. When I roared at the ghost servants, they actually trembled. Some of them couldn't help but kneel before me. Long live the Black Mother. I rule hell. I felt that the time for my fourth soul ascension was not far away. Yulun and Sheerbud Demon's jealousy towards me was almost unconcealable. How did you do it to become a demon while being devout? They asked. Seeing how cool I was, more and more supernatural evil spirits started to create spiritual projections. They also understood the roots of the 7 gods and hell. So they learned from Yulun and called themselves the Demon King of Hell. However, I was the only one who was a semi-god, a true demon king. They also expressed their allegiance to me. The Holy Mother is powerful and compassionate, so of course I would believe in her. The teachings of the 7 gods are compatible with human ethics, so I have no reason to not believe in them. However, being a good Holy Mother and having good teachings doesn't mean that I have to be a good person in the eyes of the common people. Doing things my way and being the only one who is respected is the true me. These words came from the bottom of my heart. Every time my soul ascended, I would gain a new understanding of myself. I understand what you are saying. I also know that to normal people, the Holy Mother is very noble and her teachings are very correct. However, I just don't agree with it from the bottom of my heart. This way, I am unable to form a devout belief, and my soul will not be able to ascend. I can only slowly cultivate and raise my soul through cultivation so that my soul can evolve at a snail's pace. Demon Yulun said bitterly, "Perhaps this is my innate talent. I am bad, I do bad things, but I'm a good believer of the Holy Mother." I said proudly, "Happiness is always short-lived. My days of roaming freely in hell ended in less than 2 years. In the first layer of hell, other than the 18 divisions of punishment, there is also the division of judgment and the division of imprisonment. The division of judgment is built in an underground palace. There are 2 human lanterns at the entrance of the underground palace. Previously, it was Frere who violated the rights of the guests. I even mocked them a few times, causing another wave of envy, jealousy, and hatred, which then turned into another wave of happiness. Perhaps I shouldn't have gone to the division of judgment that day. Every moment, there are new undead entering the division of judgment. That day, I met one of the men I hated the most in my life, Stannis. When Robert was still alive, he used to grind his teeth at me. After Robert's death, he first slandered me for incest, slandered my child as a bastard, and led an army to attack the King's Landing. That night, I almost peed in my pants. That night, I almost took Joffrey and committed suicide by drinking poison. When I met him again, of course, I had to mock him loudly and show off my might. In the end, he who had already resigned himself to his fate had his face contorted and black smoke appeared around him. Before he completely turned into a demon, impermanence Arya knocked him out. I was careless and didn't restrain myself. Instead, I went to provoke Caitlin, who was lighting up a sky lantern on the walkway. Then, impermanence Arya got angry and reported me. When the Black Holy Mother heard about this, she thought that I was using a bug. Seeing that I had discovered a bug in hell, she didn't punish me and only took away my right to roam around the first layer of hell. In the future, if there are any supernatural evil spirits who split their consciousness, the consciousness can only exist in the 7th layer of hell. The higher it goes, the faster it disappears. What's worse is that if one is a spiritual projection, the pain of the punishment will gradually increase. In the 7th layer, the pain increases by 30%. In the 6th layer, it increases by 50%. In the 5th layer, it increases by 70%. What I can't stand is that there aren't many undead in the 7th layer. I lost 99% of my source of happiness. To put it bluntly, my situation never changed and the punishment never stopped. I could only obtain happiness through a fake show of divinity to offset the pain. With no one around, who am I supposed to show off to? Thus, I was depressed for a period of time. The 7 layers of hell could no longer see my graceful figure flying freely. It's you, Luan, again, opening the door to a new world for us demon kings. The 7th layer of hell is the scariest place in the 7 layers of hell. There are mountains, rivers, forests, rain, snow, and wind, but there is nothing there. All material objects were like illusions. All emotions were rapidly disappearing. At the start, we only had fear towards the 7th layer of hell. We didn't understand why it was so scary. Until a few decades later, the Shadow and the Poison Fire demon Lalo arrived. Because of the position of Demon King of Hell, we became competitors in the future, as expected of my lifelong enemy. His knowledge and experience are far from what I can compare to. He revealed the essence of the 7th layer of hell with a single sentence. Dragon Queen took a piece of void outside the star world and created a failed product of a new world. Dani Reese is indeed scary. She even started to try to create a new world. Outside the star world, material objects, spirits, emotions, and concepts are not allowed to exist. Thus, we Demon Kings are afraid of the 7th layer of hell. But in order to exchange information and to establish the rules of the Demon Kings, we regularly go to the 7th layer for meetings. It was during one of these meetings that Yu Luan told me a piece of good news. Marjorie is trying to open the door to hell. The 7 layers of hell. What is she thinking about? I shouted back then, but Benello expressed his doubts. Mortals can't even pinpoint the location of hell. How can they open the door to hell? Benello and a large group of Red Robe monks also joined the Hell Demon King Club. They participated in the final battle and had great merits. But after Lalo was judged, they chose to sink into depravity. Let me add, when they first entered hell, they were still impassioned and unyielding. I am willing to give up all my merits. I would rather become a demon than go to heaven. Then, they really lost the grace of the Dragon Queen. In the Judgment Division, they had to discuss their future as mortals. Because of the crimes of blood sacrifice, deceiving believers, murdering the innocent, and committing suicide, all of the Red Robe monks were sent to hell. The lightest sentence was as high as a few thousand years. After rolling in a pot of oil, all of the Red Robe monks, including Benello, knelt on the ground and begged, "I am the one who made a mistake. Return my merits to me. I want to go to heaven. I am willing to believe in the 7 gods." In the end, the Black Mother's projection descended upon hell and told them coldly, "Don't go back on your words. Your merits and blessings have already been evenly distributed to those who were harmed by the Red Robe monks." Lonley floated in the air. Golden light shone from his body. Holy music and auspicious clouds surrounded him. "Ha ha, this is great. Not only did the 100 years of torture disappear, I even received blessings from heaven with 0 merits. Thank you, red-robed monks. Even I am envious of that pretty boy Lonley, let alone the red-robed monks. Benello turned into a demon on the spot. No matter how much Benello and the rest of us suspected, Marjorie had indeed opened the gates of hell. However, it was not for all of us demon kings. It was just for you, Lewin, alone. Oh, I understand now. It is the modified version of the 7 gods' Holy Spirit summoning technique. After carefully sensing the spatial ripples around Yulin, Benello came to a realization. But why did Marjorie summon you? He asked curiously. She has her eyes on my sea monster. When I obtained the sea monster in the smoke sea, the storm god took a part of my soul and fused it into the sea monster's soul core. It is like the second life of a shapeshifter. This way, I can guarantee that no one will be able to take the sea monster away from me, even if they have my horn. Maybe Marjorie has the same idea as me. Maybe she just finds a horn troublesome. In this period of time, she has been trying to turn the sea monster into her summoned beasts. Just like how Varys summoned the strength Vudra and Cerberus. Benello finally understood. What do you mean? I still didn't understand. For example, Marjorie came to the trembling sea one day and suddenly encountered a large-scale sea battle. She urgently needed the help of sea monsters. However, her sea monster is in the deep trench of the summer sea, tens of thousands of miles away. What should she do? Benello asked. There is no way. I said, there was no way previously. However, it is different now. Danny Lisi used more than 10 years to fuse the seal of war beasts with space teleportation, creating a divine summoning system. In the final battle, the saints of heaven, Frost Strength Vajra, Cerberus, and even the soldiers of the northern region and Ursos were all summoned beasts. Benello said, I had also heard about the final battle and said in realization, Marjorie wanted to break free from the shackles of the horn and turn the sea monster into a summoned beast. Yes, but what does this have to do with you, Lewin? I didn't understand. Hee, I am the sea monster. Yulin raised his head and laughed maniacally. I am not the sea monster, but I am the sea monster. When she formed a contract with the sea monster, I could also respond to her summons. Chapter 11:16. You can escape from hell. I was shocked. How is that possible? The smile on Yulun's face disappeared, and he said bitterly, Danny Alice is so strong that it makes one despair. Only by surpassing her can one have the chance to break the shackles of hell. As long as we are in hell, we will never be able to surpass her. Sharera looked at me with a complicated expression. The 7 levels of hell and heaven were once a part of her consciousness. The stronger we are, the stronger she becomes. This is the relationship between an angel and a ruler. After hearing their words, I didn't feel despair. It wasn't that I didn't want to leave hell. I dare to say that every undead who was tortured in hell wanted to be saved. It was just that I, who had evolved my soul 3 times, had a premonition that I would never be able to escape hell through the normal way. The so-called normal way was to atone for one's sins with merit points or to complete one's sentence. Because of this realization, I gradually grasped the trick to make myself happy during the years in hell. Never think about surpassing myself, surpassing hell, or surpassing the Black Goddess. That would be too tiring, too bitter, and too despairing. As long as I could be stronger than others and lead a better life than others, I would be the happiest. Happiness was never fixed. Even if I had 999 pain points, seeing others suffer 1,000 pain points, I would still feel a little happy. As long as I convince myself, happiness is that simple. Marjorie doesn't know that she is opening the gates of hell. I asked Yulin. She should have sensed it. Otherwise, she wouldn't have been hesitating. She has been hesitating for half a month, and she still hasn't made up her mind. This is also the reason why I gathered everyone here. I hope that you can help me. Yulin's eyes shone. Looking at his expression, I knew that his heart was filled with venom again. However, I was happy to see Marjorie in trouble. How do we help? Marjorie is hesitating and experimenting. Every time she tries, She is exposing her spatial coordinates. As for me, you have seen it too. The spatial barrier around my thoughts will also ripple. The next time she tests it, give me a hand and push me with all your might. Break the ripples and create a splash. My thoughts will be able to break through the water surface and enter the soul core of the sea monster in the modern world. Then, we have no reason to refuse. After all, Yuluin is the one taking the risk. When the space around Yuluin's thought began to ripple again, I was the first to transfer the little bit of God power I had to him. Space rippled like water. Finally, with a pop sound, Yuluin disappeared. An hour later, he reappeared. An endless sea of blood covered the sky. Thousands of undead floated in the sea of blood. Their expressions were twisted as they wailed and struggled. Demon Yuluin stood on the sea of blood and laughed maniacally. At that moment, even I was intimidated by his arrogance and dominance. At that moment, he looked more like the Demon King of Hell than I did. Maybe I should learn from him? Demon King Yuluin, you are a man of your word. He called out to us. There is endless power of blood sacrifice here. Everyone has a share. This is the first time I've tasted blood, so I'm still hesitant about where to start. But once I enter the blood sea, I will sink. For the first time in decades, I found something more comfortable and addictive than having an affair with Jamie. Who are you? What do you want? I am a priest of the 7 gods. Seeing Marjorie's soul trembling like a quail, I was even happier. I stretched out my 30-meter-long tongue that I trained in the tongue-pulling division and pulled the pitiful little girl to my side. I laughed and said, "My poor Marjorie, we meet again." Demon Circe? Marjorie was shocked. I am Demon King Circe, the ruler of hell. Even though my main body was still on the mountain of swords, I wouldn't back down. As expected, Marjorie was frightened. We are all demon kings of hell. The bunch of mental projections started to get high. Getting high was the same as getting high. It was a pity that we didn't get to get high for long. The black goddess brought the ugly girl Arya and descended. All the souls were saved, and the demon kings who participated in the revelry were punished. This isn't fair. Marjorie was the one who provoked me. Yulin cried out pitifully. Due to his transfiguration talent, the black goddess fused him with a human flesh fungus in the dark hell. He was first eaten by a bunch of dark demons. When he was pulled out, the fungus roots absorbed his feces and grew back into his human form, Yulin. Then, he was eaten by the demons again. It was disgusting and terrifying. However, in less than 2 years, Yulin returned to his original form. The additional punishment that was imposed on us was also removed. The black goddess even signed a hell contract with us. Everything in hell belongs to hell. Hell is our home. When humans provoke the demons of hell, the demons' actions are not considered a crime. Humans and angels can take revenge, but there is no punishment from hell. The final interpretation of the contract and the right to amend it all belongs to the stranger. We looked at each other in disbelief. We couldn't believe that there was such a good thing. It wasn't until Lalo's arrival that our doubts were cleared. Speaking of Lalo, it was another story. After the Great Judgment, he was molded into a wick by Dany Rise to illuminate her palace in Slave Bay forever. Every courtier, commoner, and soldier patrolling the palace could see the crystal lamp hanging under the plaque Grand Hall of Divine Wind at the entrance. The King of Light's dignity was trampled into the mud. According to him, Dragon Queen split him into 2 based on his characteristics. They were the Wick of Shadow and the Wick of Fire. The 2 wicks were intertwined to form a magical pull lamp that would never be extinguished and couldn't illuminate the shadow. One day, a year after the tragedy of the High Court, Dragon Queen's eldest grandson, who was later known as Scar Yimont, mischievously shot down the crystal lamp with a slingshot. It fell and broke. The Wick of Shadow took the opportunity to escape and prepared to escape from this world through the 4 extreme passages. However, it accidentally fell into the 7 levels of hell at the entrance of the world. It would be trapped in the 7 levels of hell forever. Later, when I was fighting with him over the great Demon King of Hell, he once threatened me in anger. Do you really think that it was an accident that I came to hell? As long as Danny Rise doesn't agree, even 100 strong men with dragon-slaying crossbows won't be able to destroy that crystal lamp. To tell you the truth, it was her, the seven gods, who let me leave. Because you little devils are reckless and don't have any skills, you can't even be a proper demon. And I am the great demon king that the seven gods have chosen, the ruler of hell that will rule over you. With my intelligence, how could I be scared by him? I have seen through everything about you. You just want to trick me into submitting to you, I mocked. At that moment, Lalo the Shadow felt as if he was struck by lightning. Smoke came out of his 7 orifices, his eyes rolled back, and he almost fainted from shame. That's right, you're really smart. Dragon Queen isn't the mastermind. She doesn't know anything, Lalo stammered. As he spoke, he looked around in fear, as if he was afraid that his predicament would be seen by the other demons. I digress. Although Lalo loved to brag, I had to admit that he was knowledgeable. Yu Luan's act of sacrificing High Court City was a heinous crime to humans, but it was a great merit to the heavens and earth. That was because he truly balanced the heavens and hell, good and evil, light and darkness. At first, I scoffed at his bullshit theory. Although I am Circe, I fully acknowledge the correctness of the teachings of the seven gods. Only by following and promoting the teachings of the seven gods can one obtain merit. The other demons also expressed their agreement. The merit of heaven and earth is different from the merit of the seven gods. You have all heard of the Heavenly Father's judgment of the souls of the dead in the judicial department. Many of the so-called merit is because the undead did things to promote the teachings of the seven gods. For example, that bastard Stannis is guarding Storm's End Castle. Simply guarding Storm's End Castle isn't beneficial to the seven kingdoms. To a certain extent, it is considered a rebellion against Targaryen. It isn't beneficial to heaven and earth at all. But in the process, Stannis has shown perseverance, courage, wisdom, and loyalty to his brother and family. These are perfectly in line with Danny Rise's values, which are the new teachings of the seven gods. Therefore, he has merit. His merit comes from the seven gods. If the final victor of the War of the Ages is me, not Danny Rise, and I am now in control of the will of the world, Stannis wouldn't get a single hair on his head. If you believe in me and serve me, I can bestow merit even if you kill and burn. Heaven and earth merit, however, is doing something beneficial to the world itself and gaining the recognition of the will of the world. Do you understand the difference between the two? Lalo's words were easy to understand and reasonable. We all understood and accepted his reasoning. He continued, many times, the merit of the seven gods and heaven and earth coincide. Most of the teachings of the seven gods are beneficial to the country, people, and heaven and earth. For example, the long night's end is in line with the teachings of the seven gods and is also beneficial to heaven and earth. Therefore, you will subconsciously ignore one thing. Danny Rise is a human. Who doesn't know that she is a human? I asked in confusion. With your intelligence, you want to be the great demon king? The cow-headed, snake-bodied, scorpion-tailed shadow devil mocked me. He didn't give me a chance to argue and immediately said, she is a human. Her way of thinking is based on people. If she is only the human sovereign, or even the seven gods who represent kindness and order, then there's no problem. But she is the human sovereign, the seven gods, the divine king, and the ruler of the world. There's a big problem. We were all confused. Why? The shadow devil's sense of superiority became more obvious. All right, you were all humans once. You can't escape the limitations of your thinking. Let me put it another way. Circe, you are now the queen of the seven kingdoms, but you are always thinking from Lannister's perspective. Can you do it? Why not? I have always ruled the seven kingdoms like this, I said righteously. Lalo seemed to choke. He sighed and said, the ruler of the seven kingdoms should put the interests of the Westeros as a whole first. Otherwise, how can the nobles and people of the seven kingdoms obey you? You don't even understand this principle. No wonder you are the worst queen in history. You are a demon who has never been a king. How can you teach me how to do things? If you have something to say, just say it. I was annoyed. Follow me. Lalo brought us to a canyon in the 7th layer of hell. The sky there was covered in root-like black lines. It was also there that the sense of emptiness was strongest. We had always avoided it. This is the border of hell. At this moment, hell is like a plant that has come alive. It has taken root in the void outside the star world and is slowly growing. He pointed at the sky. Is growing? The other demons were doubtful, but I kept quiet. Lalo looked proud. He glanced at me and asked with a smile, "Your soul has evolved 3 times. Your connection with hell is the closest. Has your magic power grown faster in the past year?" I nodded silently. As the kingdom's territory expands, the king's power grows. Similarly, as hell grows, the demon king in hell grows as well. Why is that? I was beginning to have some respect for Lawler. Because you Luan answer Marjorie's summons and bathe the high court in blood. Only then did hell truly grow into an independent entity. You could even say that it is an independent life. A new life is born and then slowly grows. Isn't that natural? Why does Luan's evil deeds have such an effect? Benello asked. Lalo looked coldly at his former believer and said calmly, "I thought that you would be smarter than Cersei." Shira Yangshin smiled and said, "His Majesty Lalo explained it clearly just now. The king of a country cannot only care about his own family's interests. The ruler of the world cannot use the good and evil of humans to determine the rules of the world. Danny and Rise are humans, but hell isn't. If hell had a nature, its nature would be the opposite of heaven. It would be the abyss of all negative energy. Mother Danny's mercy would never be able to nurture the beautiful flowers of hell. On the contrary, when demons grow through blood sacrifice, hell grows as well. Growth is the instinct of all life. In order to grow, hell will grant legitimacy to any actions that are beneficial to the growth of demons. Danny and Rise can disagree and even destroy hell, but they can't change hell's nature. If hell's nature is really changed, then hell will no longer be hell, but a part of heaven, a prison used to imprison criminals. If there's only heaven and no hell, what would the world become?" She looked around and concluded, "Based on the good and evil of humans, sacrificing the lives of an entire city is a heinous crime." To hell, consuming souls and the power of blood sacrifice is like breathing. Looking at the entire world, heaven and hell are 2 pillars of the world. That is why they don't walk with a limp. Not bad, not bad. Shira, I admire you. Lalo nodded in satisfaction. Shira gave him a flirtatious look. I have admired your majesty for a long time too. Shira, remember your identity. You are a succubus, and I am the king of succubi. I reminded her coldly. Shouldn't succubi flirt with males regardless of the occasion? Shira said disapprovingly. I was speechless. Looking at Lalo's strong waist, my mouth felt dry. If I could push Lalo under me, my dad would be proud of me, right? After all, he used to be the king of light that everyone in the world worshipped. What do you want to do? The shadow demon retreated in fear. Yuluan rubbed his chin and suddenly laughed proudly. So, Danny and Rise suffered a great loss and lost the right to manage hell? She was even forced to sign a contract with us, Shira said excitedly. I was a little disappointed. Was it the Black Holy Mother that I believed in omnipotent? Sai, you were wrong. Not only did she not suffer any losses, she even improved. I'm afraid she is not far away from controlling the first flame, Lalo said dejectedly. I felt refreshed and energetic again. What happened to me? Why? She should be shocked. Yuluan was shocked and shouted unwillingly. Let me ask you, can a person who has never learned blacksmithing forge a peerless armor? Lalo said, Of course not. The first flame contains all known and unknown existences, good and evil, good and bad, heaven and hell, humans and non-humans. Can a complete human control the first flame that includes both humans and non-humans? But she has already controlled it, Shira said. The past and the present are gone. The future is in her hands. She was once a complete human, and humans could never control the first flame, but now, Now she is not a human. Lalo thought for a while and said, maybe she is still a human, but she is slowly gaining the knowledge and awareness of the Creator. The teachings of the seven gods did not change, which means that she still adheres to the good and evil of humans. The changes in hell mean that she no longer uses her emotions to regulate the operation of the world. Her realm is becoming more and more extraordinary. Her strength is also. Sigh, when will I be able to catch up to her? Lalo sighed with a frown. Why is it like this? I want to destroy. I want to take revenge on her. I don't want to help her increase her realm. Yulin hugged his head and cried. He seemed to be in more pain than when he was a human mushroom. However, I was very happy. Hell, heaven, earth, and even the entire world belongs to her. Lalo looked helpless. When the demons grow, hell grows. When hell grows, she grows. When heaven grows, she will still grow. When the world evolves, she will still grow. Everything about the demons belongs to hell, and hell is her creation, her child. This is too despairing, the demons said dejectedly. This is great. I was overjoyed and even felt like I was floating. My body unconsciously glowed with a faint purple-black light. 7 levels of hell, Circe, Shira pointed at me in horror. Her soul is ascending again? This is the 4th time. Why? Lalo's eyes were cold. With a whoosh, he appeared next to me and tapped my forehead. Ugh, that carefree feeling of ascension was interrupted. It was as if I'd been constipated for half a month, and someone had plugged it from below. What are you doing? I was shocked and angry. Isn't it obvious? I want to interrupt your ascension process, Lalo said righteously. The other demons were delighted. Why? For a moment, I was confused. Is there something wrong with the soul ascension process? I have just arrived in hell and haven't had the time to comprehend the Song of Shadows, but you are already ascending 4 times. Are you trying to steal my position as the Lord of Hell? You can't compete with me, so you resorted to such despicable means? I was so angry that I pounced on him and started fighting. My main body was still being fried in oil, and my mental projection wasn't a match for our healer at all. The other demons were still trying to stop the fight, and even though they were trying to mediate, they were still trying to step on my body. At that moment, I suddenly understood that I was too outstanding. Everyone was jealous and fearful of me. I hugged my head and endured the hail of feet. I felt pain and pride. I needed help. Yuluan was my enemy, and I couldn't rely on you. Shurera recognized me as an angel the first time she saw me. She had evil intentions and couldn't be trusted. Benello and the other red-robed monks were Lalo's believers when they were alive. They had no reason to follow me now. The other superhumans couldn't even use their mental projections. I didn't like them. Plus, those who went to hell weren't good people. They couldn't be trusted. Sansa, become a demon. With the 2 of us working together, we can rule hell. I found Sansa, who had moved to the 6th floor of hell to light up the sky lanterns. Back in the Red Keep, Sansa was already under my control. Now that I've grown for a few decades, I can easily control her as well. There were 7 floors of hell. The 1st floor was the 18 punishment divisions. The 2nd floor was the ice hell. The 3rd floor was the endless black water. The 4th floor was the dry continent. The 5th floor was the dark purgatory. The 6th floor was the lava hell. The 7th floor was the land of nothingness. Scram far away. Don't tempt my daughter. Before Sansa could say anything, Caitlin roared like a lioness. After becoming a demon, you will be free. What's wrong with that? Anyway, your sentence is as long as the lifespan of the world. There is no hope of release. The more you fall, the happier you will be. I suppressed my anger and persuaded gently. I'm a saint of heaven. I'm only being punished in hell for my mother. I am different from a demon like you, Sansa said coldly. He is saint. I laughed and told her about the Holy Mother and Dany Rise. Sansa seemed to have known about it. Her expression was dark, but she didn't show much emotion. Caitlin, on the other hand, was shocked. She looked like she was about to crack. Bastard! How dare you murder my mother? It was Sansa. Her body was glowing with golden light, and a pair of pure white angel wings appeared on her back. Fuck! She wasn't lying. After being tortured in hell for more than 10 years, her soul had ascended and she became a saint? Bastard! How dare you murder my mother? It was Elia, a Hellguard. Her face was as long as a donkey's, and she swung her scythe. Bastard! How dare you murder my mother? It was a man. Was he Caitlyn's son? Bastard! How dare you murder my grandmother? Who was he? Bastard! How dare you murder my grandmother? Fuck! Why is my son-in-law here? Bastard! How dare you murder my mother? Who else was there? In an instant, my vision blurred and countless voices echoed in my ears. Countless soul attacks landed on my body. In an instant, this clone of mine died. It was completely reduced to ashes. My soul was severely injured, and my main body was crying in pain in the sea of flames. Stark was terrifying. I couldn't afford to offend him. After that, I was depressed for a few years. One day, I was humming a tune as I was being fried in oil. A white-haired old man floated to the side of the oil and asked curiously, "Don't you feel pain? Come down and try." Aren't you a netherworld servant? Only then did I realize that he had white hair and a white beard. He was dressed in a white robe, and his body was emitting a faint holy light. He didn't look like a dark-skinned hell servant at all. "I am Ymont Targaryen. Do you know me?" The old man smiled. "So it's you. You're dead too? I just died a few years ago." "Oh right, Messiah got married and gave birth to a few children. Do you know that?" "I know. During festivals, I can also absorb incense from the Yang realm." My attitude towards the old man became much friendlier. When Messiah offered incense to me, she often said that she was taken care of by this old man. The old man pointed at the boiling oil and asked again, "Are you in pain?" "It's very painful, but I am the ruler of hell. I can't cry out in pain like this bunch of trash." "Ruler?" The old man's cheeks twitched. "I am preparing to write a biography about the Demon King of Hell. Are you interested in being the main character?" "Sigh. Since the Demon King of Hell is the main character, how can I refuse?" I said helplessly. You're tuning in to the Warrior Lore YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.